Just hold on one sec. I hope you guys enjoy my new starting soon screen that I'm trying. I'm just posting in the different places to make sure everybody knows that we're live tonight because I am back from vacation. So enjoy this nice, beautiful picture of Tony Chopper that I got at round one. And I'll see you guys in a second. Just got to post on Instagram real quick. Okay. I have posted in places. Hello, good evening, good morning, good afternoon, good night, wherever you are in the world. I hope you're doing a great today. It's a little non-traditional day to have a Japan championship. Today, chat, for anyone who does not know before I say hello to everybody, is the Marine Day Championships. It's a holiday out in Japan that celebrates the beauty and the wonder. I'm trying to remember off the top of my head, so apologies if I'm not correct. The beauty and wonders of the ocean, but also on top of that, gratitude towards the ocean and just marine life in general, because Japan is a maritime country, I believe it's called, or maritime nation. Right, so just want to let everybody know about that. It's a holiday in Japan, so it's something that's obviously celebrated, and yeah, they're having a championship today. So really interesting. Hope everybody's having a good day. XI Reality, Taken, Rhine, Monkey D Angel, Purple Alligator, Mob, Gorilla. What's going on? Chat, I'm gonna real quick get my cat out of here. She was sleeping in here. I didn't even know. She's got to be out of here because I got to have a simple night tonight. Ugh. Yeah, congrats to Spain on the World Cup. I saw the score beating Argentina. Finally, a live stream from a CS. Wait a minute. I do a lot of the Japan championships. I didn't get to the one the other day, though, Chan. For anyone who does not know, I spent the weekend in Phoenix. Spent the weekend in Arizona celebrating my girlfriend's birthday, taking her out on a little trip, a little vacation because she deserves it. And so I ended up missing the championship the other day. I will still have those commentaries on the channel, though, because if you did not see in the Japan championships that happened over the weekend, it was a green-dominated meta. It was very, very much green. Dracula Mihawk, the #1 represented deck. Just the other day, this was a couple days ago, it's the first championships when starter decks 31 through 36 are legal. So it is shaking up the meta quite a bit. As you can see, Red Green Luffy also plus 10+%, right? Enel Teach still very prevalent in the format. Surprised that Teach is more prevalent than Enel. But the fall off of Nami only being 5.6% in the meta is actually wild. in terms of now these starter decks being revealed, right? Dracula Mihawk, Luffy, and also blue-green Luffy still very present within the meta. And then in Top Cut, there were 3 Dracula Mihawks, 2 blue-green Luffys, 2 Enels, and 1 red-green Luffy. And if you've seen the championship, whether you watch like, you know, Kai do it, or if you're going to watch me do it here in the future, because I will have them on the channel. Yes, I will, Shelly Belly. I literally, like, today, I just drove back from Arizona today. As you can see, repping my Diamondbacks hat that I got at the Arizona Diamondbacks game. But I will be doing videos on that. That's pretty much what I'm planning to do, like, tomorrow. Tomorrow, I'm going to do a lot of editing. I'm going to edit this championship. I'm going to record and then edit the other day's championship, because it's the first 2 championships of this starter deck 16 format. It's really, really interesting. Yo, what's up, Ragan? How do you view the effects of OP17 cards? I don't view them too crazily as of right now, just simply because we don't have the full set list. Once we have the full set list, I'll watch, or I'll have stronger opinions on it. Oh, you don't catch him. Oh, I get it, Mob Deep. Well, I appreciate you being at this one. Yeah. I was gonna say, wait a minute. I do most of them live now. Red, Green, Luffy, and Mihawk started to make me rethink playing Nami at the regionals. I know, right? Like, Oklahoma, I'm trying to decide what deck I want to do. And right now, I'm between, like... Right now, for Oklahoma, I'm between Teach and Red, Green, Luffy. Maybe Mihawk. Probably Red, Green, Luffy before Mihawk. Do you think they'll do more OP17 reveals during the event? I have no idea, to be honest. I have no idea. I mean, it would make sense if they did an OP17 reveal, but I feel like it's going to be based on the anime, right? And they've been doing reveals every single day. They've been doing reveals every single day on, like, on social media. There it is. You know, like, they revealed the smoothie today, chat, for anyone who did not see the smoothie for 7 Dawn, healing 1, opponent trashes 1 in hand on the on play. So stuff like that is, I don't know. I don't know when they're going to reveal the final leader, to be honest. Yeah, we got about an hour before the first game starts. I try to go live a little bit earlier so then people can get in here. Whoa! Star Trader. Thank you so much for the raid over on Twitch. Thank you. Hope you guys had a good stream. Hope you're enjoying yourself today, Star Trader. I'm going to make sure that I go ahead and follow you on Twitch, so then I can watch your stuff sometime. Thank you so much, everyone, for coming in. Hope you had a great stream today. My name is Jake, or Atrocious. If you do not know, I do a lot of commentary. And Rasher, thank you so much for that Prime. Thank you. I appreciate it. If you do not know, I typically do commentary on the One Piece card game. I've done it officially with Bandai at Nationals. I do it pretty much every single Japan championship for the most part, and I even do some other regionals and things like that. And I also do commentary for other card games, but primarily on the channel I do One Piece. But I dip my toes in a little bit of things. Kicked butt with Hannibal. I know Hannibal with, like, the starter decks and stuff is a really interesting deck, but I hope you had fun. That's so sick. I hope we see a Hannibal today, chat, but I feel like we're going to see a yellow kid in Top Cut today. I just have that feeling. Final leader will be Shamrock, since Sommers and Killian were just revealed in the anime, so nothing's stopping them from making a deck. Exactly, right? Like, if crew members and stuff like that, and, like, Gunko, I think their name is also in there. That's been, like, a revealed character for a little bit, so, you know, they could do a little bit of stuff in there. Sold your Mihawk deck before the starter decks were announced. You don't know about Red, Green, Luffy? No, I get it, Shelly Belly. I get it. That's why, like, I can't sell cards. Like in unless I have extras of them for like playset purposes. Oh, have fun at work in the morning, Star Trader. Thank you so much for dropping the viewers off. Have a good sleep. Yo, Thrasher, thank you so much. I mean, Rasher. The Rasher. I keep saying, or actually it could be Thrasher. I'll say Thrasher. Final answer, Your Honor. Thank you so much for the long-time support. I really appreciate it. Thanks for helping keep the lights on, my friend. Predictions for the OP17 meta and favorite OP17 leader. I don't really have answers for either of them, Dean. I'm sorry, because one, I mean, my prediction is going to be that Shanks is a good deck. Because we don't know the full set list. When we have the full set list, I'll have much better predictions and also what my favorite 17 leader is. But I try my best not to go too crazy with predictions and stuff until a full set list gets revealed. Yo, Moth, what's good? You hate Red Green Luffy? Well, there's going to be a lot more Red Green Luffy in the starter deck meta for the West, though, chat, for anyone who does not know, is only like 2 weeks. Like, it's Oklahoma and like maybe one other regional in the following weekend or something like that, but then it's OP17. It's not very long. Yo, Dum Dum, what's good? Panda Bear, how are you? They need a villain leader? What would the villain leader be? Is Kaido considered a villain leader? Is Linling considered a villain leader? Or is it like a villain kind of deal? Yo, what a comeback win. I heard that today was a little bit crazy, but my girlfriend and I went to the Saturday game. The Saturday Diamondbacks game. It was really fun. It was really cool. It's also, I'm a Chicago Cubs fan. Like, my grandparents work at Wrigley Field. For anyone who knows baseball, it's the home field of the Chicago Cubs. The Arizona Diamondbacks were playing the St. Louis Cardinals. And so I'm a generational St. Louis Cardinals hater. So it was great to see them lose. Initial thoughts on the 16.5 meta. It really shocked me the other day. It really shocked me to see how good green was, right? And how prevalent green was. I did not expect to see Red Green Luffy be 11.3% of the meta. But like, I've been really surprised at green. I'm also pretty surprised at Nami's fall off. I know that like Mihawk is like, isn't Mihawk pretty good in a Nami? So like, I guess that's not like overly surprising. So when 31% of the meta is like a counter to you, I guess it makes sense that your fall off happens. But I didn't expect it to be this drastic, you know? I didn't expect it to be that big. Hoping for Dory and Bragi. I hope it's Dory and Bragi too as the blue leader. I mean, I guess they could choose not to make it blue. They can make it whatever they want. Teach against Red Green Luffy. Yeah, I know. It's such an it's a little bit harder now though with the 7 cost rush, in my opinion. Like with the 1-drop stage, just making the deck like way more consistent and being able to get that Dawn on leader like even on 4 if you played the stage on 2 and then like that 7-drop Luffy being such a problem card in my opinion. Yeah. Japan's a smaller player base. Is Japan actually a smaller player base, Little Pound Cake? I don't know, because, I mean, I feel like with most of the TCGs, Japan's a huge player base. I mean, I have nothing really to base it off of outside of, like, other card games. But, I don't know any, like, specific numbers, because, like, I would imagine, like, this regional, or this Japan Championship last night was 470, but I I personally don't know how you like enter into events and like why was this tournament 470 players, right? Was it because only 470 applied to be a part of it? Or was it because the cap of the event itself was 470? So, but Little Pound Cake, I hope you're having a good day. Yo, Shamrock Cortez, what's good? Thoughts on Teach failing to convert, even though it was the second rep deck? I feel like maybe Dracula Mihawk is a huge reason why Teach did not convert in the tournament last night. Because I feel like, I mean, when this is a hard matchup, this is probably a hard matchup. I just talked about how this got a little bit harder, even though you're probably still favored in this matchup, and you're probably still favored in this matchup. It's probably like a combination of those things, like green just being able to rest things and be able to really stunt your aggression in the early game, especially like with the Odin, you know, still having access to the 5-cost Perona, stuff like that. Being able to, you know, like just rest blockers with Dead Man's Game, probably made it like relatively difficult for Teach in that matchup. Yo, Luis, I appreciate you being on YouTube, but whichever way you guys want to watch is, it works for me. Yeah, Mr. Toxic, I agree. Like, it's been interesting to see the Japan Championship only be, like, top 8 for a couple of these. Blue-Black Gunko leader sounds cool. Thoughts on Mono Red Ace going into OP17? We need to see a lot more cards for me to have an opinion to put it in a stronger position to where it is now. Ace going to be doing good without the 1-cost Newgate? Or, I mean, Ace is going to be doing good with the 10-cost Newgate, if that's what you're talking about. The 10-cost Newgate SR. Yo, Patreon. Yeah, Red Green Luffy was pretty solid in this start of the format. It's the first like week and a half, chat, of this format. I'm like pretty sure. Yeah, this is a season 1 championship. Yeah. This is a season 1 championship, it says down here. Also, Golem Blue, what's going on? Hope you're having a good day, night. Chat, today, I'm going to show you guys a couple things. Because for anyone who does not know, we have 43 minutes until the championship starts. So we've got a little bit of time to kill. Get to know each other a little bit. And I'm going to show you guys... Oh, whoa. Why is Sim all of a sudden in front of me? Close that real quick. I'm going to show you guys some things real quick. I am going to be drinking. I saw this at World Market today. My girlfriend and I stopped at World Market. This is Liquid Death Pop-Tarts Carnage. What is it? Strawberry toaster pastry. On a scale of 1 to 10, chat, 1 being absolutely abysmal, 10 being delicious, what do you think this is going to be? A Pop-Tarts flavored drink. What do you think? Just out of curiosity. I've not had it yet. Yo, Smash Ultimate Tournament in Mexico. That's so sick. I've been a little into fighting games as of late after going to EVO. Yo, Vantis, what's up? Cool Crash, hello. It is definitely going to be like really like I won't underestimate that the 10-cost Newgate will not be a good card in Shanks, right? Because it will. It'll be a great card in Shanks, right? Making it an 8K leader, being 12,000 power rush, stacking with your 8-cost Newgate to be able to be like a 10,000 power double attack leader. Very good. Very good. Jump in some Sims games? Nah. I'm like really cooked today, Chad. I am so tired. I drove across states back home today. I've been up since like 7 in the morning. No naps. I drove the entire way back to Vegas from our vacation, which was not in the state of Nevada. And I am here on the stream with you guys. So I am running on fumes. 6, you think? Might be too sweet. Is it carbonated? I don't think so. I don't think Liquid Death is technically carbonated. It smells like a juice. It smells like a juice. Whoa. Whoa, that tastes like a Pop-Tart. What does this remind me of? There was like a juice growing up. Is it like, it kind of tastes like those barrels. Chad, do you know what I'm talking about? Those like juice barrels? Hold on. Juice barrels. It tastes like this. Tastes like Hugs. Does anybody remember these? It tastes like this. It's like not, it's not a bad good. Or I mean, wait, a bad good, like... It's like... I don't know how to explain it. It reminds me of like... But here's the thing, like... You think these barrels taste terrible? What? No way. These were fine. Grenade juice? I don't know what grenade juice is. Oh, because they're barrel... You think they're grenades? Got it. I got it. I'm Canadian, so no. These... I mean, it's like... It's almost like stale juice. You know? Oops. That was the wrong screen. It's like juice that has been in your mom's fridge for way too long. You know? You tried the Fruity? They have a Fruity Pebbles one, Kevin? I love Fruity Pebbles, chat. Fruity Pebbles is my favorite cereal of all time. Also, I did, chat, go to round 1. If you saw in the starting soon screen, I did go to round 1. I did not get selected, or I did not get lucky enough to get the cards, the packs, but I still went to round 1 anyway, because I like round 1. I did get a nice round 1 chopper. I did get that little guy. I also got really lucky. My coaster for my drinks was my beautiful, beautiful, lovely Robin and Nami. Very nice. I love this coaster. I also just really like coasters in general. I also got the sticker. I got the sticker. I got the same sticker as well. I think there was only one sticker option for this first wave at round 1. But I got that sticker. And then, on my very first try, because I am the greatest, I did get the round 1 Luffy figure, which is what I wanted. I got it on the first try, because I am the greatest, chat. I don't know if you guys know, but I am very good at games. And then I got the drink, the cup, the cool cup, the collector's cup. It's a little hard to tell because of the reflection from like the monitors, but there's also like sparkles in here, so that's like neat. And then I cleaned out this cup because I like Chopper with the bowling pins. So yeah, but yeah, I got those at oops, wrong screen. I got those at round 1. Did anybody else go to round 1 and whatnot? Don't plan on missing info due to ads. I mean, I can't control when... oh! Golem! That's what you meant by it. Hey, Golem, thank you so much for the subscription. And McDucky, Thank you so much for the tier, or thank you so much for the follow, McDucky. Golem, thank you for the subscription, helping keep the lights on. Ad-free viewing right for you. We hitting 100 almost there, almost all week. Oh, in like Vegas and Arizona and stuff like that, in LA. We got really lucky in Phoenix this weekend, because this weekend in Phoenix, Phoenix is notoriously like hotter than Las Vegas, for anyone who does not know. It's like one of the hottest places in North America. Or I guess I should just say the USA. I don't know if it's hotter than anywhere in Mexico, or like Latin America in general. But it's one of the hottest places in the United States, Phoenix, Arizona, or just Arizona in general. But it was like rainy, cloudy a little bit, and it was very comfortable. Just very humid, though. It was so humid. Texas? Oh, yeah, Texas is very hot, too. I've been in Texas. Well, that's not true. I went to Dallas for Nationals last year. What if a Kobe popped up? I think there's a shot, Squash. There might be a shot. Do y'all get full seasons? We have summer, fall, and summer level 2. We have summer, fall, and that's it. And then we have windy in Vegas. The seasons we have in Vegas are windy, extremely hot summer, and fall. We don't really have a winter. We don't really have a spring because it doesn't rain out here. We are currently in El Nino, though. Oh, you live in Canada. It's hot in Ontario. Got 2 fans blasted on you. Auto best city in state? I don't know. I really liked Phoenix, actually. Phoenix was weird. Phoenix was weird because it's like a major city, but it felt like it was not a major city. It felt like I was driving through like Las Vegas neighborhoods. And we stayed in downtown. World's strongest Warriors and Kobe. I mean, it's pretty bad sometimes in Vegas, but here's one of the things that I've learned I think I've lived here now for like 3 years. One thing that I've learned in Vegas is if you just stay out of the heat, right? If you just don't stand in the sun, you'll be all right. Even if it's 120 degrees. It's hot. It's giga hot. But if you've got a half decent AC or you have fans running on you, it's not that bad. But if you stand out in the sun, you will melt. Rain slowly becoming hotter, I'd be miserable. It's hot or stormy, only 2 options. Are we going to get the blue leader today? I have no idea. I don't work. Chat, if you guys, I don't know what they're going to reveal today. I don't work for Bandai. I would love to work for Bandai because that would mean probably more money in my pocket. I wonder if I'd be able to stream if I worked for Bandai. Where is... There it is. What is this? Schedule. They're updating the website. They have not said anything so far about reveals during the championships, but if they do, I'll let you guys know. Blue leader might be dropped during a special stream or something. They've been doing a lot lately where like their reveals happen in a YouTube video and then they talk about it somewhere immediately after releases. Like a live stream or something. I know, Purple Alligator. And like, so I have a friend who lives in the Netherlands who just moved there from New York. So, like, he moved from New York to the Netherlands probably like 4 months ago. And so right now is like summer. And he's telling me about how right now it's like hotter inside his house. But he doesn't have like AC. Like, he doesn't have AC because the Netherlands just like they don't have AC in like every building like the United States does, because it's just different cultures and stuff. But it's just so extremely hot right now, and he says it's been insane. But it might just be because he's not used to the weather this time of year, whereas if you talk to someone who is from the Netherlands, they're like, oh, it's not that bad or something. I don't know. Would you be down to do some co-streaming with iKailakai? Yes, I mean, I've done it with him before. We did the, where is it? We did the World Championships together. Where was Worlds? Yeah, we did Worlds together. Him and Skepos joined me on the channel. We did Worlds. iKailakai and I are friends. I hope now that he's doing content full-time that we can do stuff a little bit together. Because we've talked and stuff like that, and I would consider him a good friend. We've talked and stuff, but time constraints and, like, between the two of us have been, like, kind of a thing. Or, like, planning. So, hopefully now that he is a lot more free being a full-time content creator, which I am so happy he's finally doing. I would love nothing more in this world than more iKailakai content. Yeah, they might reveal some cards of OP17 like you guys are saying. Yeah, I know that Arizona gets giga hot. That's why I'm super happy that this past weekend when we were in Arizona, it was like 98 degrees. Even though the humidity was really bad, even though I used to live in the Midwest and humidity used to be my middle name, I can't do it anymore. I'm too far removed. Hey, I appreciate it, Purple Alligator. There's so many people out there now. In terms of content creators, I could list you so many good content creators. You've been binge watching the old commentaries. For anyone who does not know, chat, if you ever want to just put my commentaries on in the background while you're doing whatever, I have a playlist. Where is this playlist? Can I sort by last video added? I have a whole playlist dedicated to every single video I've done commentary on. Whether it's my games, where it's local games, Japan championships, other championships. Dates all the way back to OP16 in Japan. If you ever want to watch it, just Atrocious TCG commentary. There's a little lore bit for you. It's a little playlist. I hope the last leader isn't Garling. The dude's a bun. Kardi Kaizoku's great. I really appreciate how Kardi... One thing that I applaud Kardi Kaizoku for is he basically makes like daily videos of sim games. I have mad respect for anyone who does sim games on like videos, because I try to do sim games and I get pissed off because it's either my opponent is making like egregious mistakes and I'm like, well, this game is a wash, I can't do anything with it, or I like absolutely have a non-game and I can't do anything with it. Or it's like I only hit like auto losses on the decks I'm trying to feature. So I have mad respect for anyone who does sim, like sim videos, especially daily like Cardi Kaizoku, because I just can't. I just can't, man. Do you have a Patreon where would you do deck ratings for viewers? I played around with the idea, chat, so hear me out on this. Well, one, I have a Patreon, but I don't really do anything on it, so don't worry about it. But I want to start doing streams. I don't know what day of the week it would be. I don't know when I would do it, but I want to do streams where, let's see if I have this bookmarked. I want to do streams. Actually, I know who did it. Where you guys submit decks to me, and we do decks, and we see what the highest win streak I can get on your guys' decks are, and then at the end of the month, I like get whoever submission got the highest win streak, and I send you a prize. So for anyone who does not know on the screen right now, this is a card that Full Grip Games, which is a store primarily does Pokemon, out in Ohio. They're like one of the biggest Pokemon stores ever, in the country, at least in the United States. For every format, they do like a $3,000 tournament or like a $2,000 weekend or something like that, a bunch of tournaments. And in the tournaments, this set for the new expansion that came out in Pokemon, they held their tournament, and the prizing, they put like this foiling on the card. They put like these stamps of Top Trainer, Full Grip Games, and I talked to the person that made these. I talked to the person that made them, and he told me how to make these. And what I would want to do is host, like, it would probably be like a span of a format that we would do it, or maybe like once a month, or like throughout a month. You guys would send me decks to try out, and whatever had the highest win streak would get like one of these cards, right? Like it would be like probably like some sort of common, or maybe like a playable card, or maybe like a super playable card, maybe like an SR or something, like a base rare SR that's like super popular or whatever. And it'll have like a stamp on it that says, like, I don't know, it would probably have my logo or something like that. And then it would say, like, I don't know. I don't know what this would say, but like it would be like a prize card, and I would send it to you guys. Would you guys like that? Play OP16 Hody Jones. I would make it to where the stream, you would have to send me, it would basically be like Pirates Party decks. You would send me like Pirates Party decks, and then we would play it to see what the best win streak is. No, Sim is a real place. It's just, it's hard for me to make videos on Sim. I get too aggravated. I would be down to play against viewers, but I could not tell you guys how to be better. Because I don't know if you guys know this, but I'm not actually very good at the game. An atrocious card, yeah. When Hody Jones was, I played Hody Jones a couple times on ladder since it released in OP06, and it's always a wild ride. First place takes first prize card, second place altar, third place at a base are playables. Winner takes all, first place. Yeah, like I mean, I'm playing around with the idea of like wanting to do something, because also I've toyed around with the idea of hosting a tournament, right? But hosting a tournament is a lot harder, I think. No, I am not. I'm not being humble, Purple Alligator. I'm being for real. I top forward one extra grand battle, and that's my outstanding achievement in the One Piece card game. In terms of like actually playing, obviously, like I consider myself to be a great caster, and I I would consider myself to be one of the top commentators in the game right now. But playing is a whole different conversation. Yo, what up, Spectral? How you doing? How you doing? How you doing? I feel like I wanted to show you guys one other thing, but I can't remember what it is. But I got my round 1 chopper. So, that's all I need. Zebulon, what's good? Oh, you had Dragon Ball Regionals today. How did it go? Oh, did you have an online Dragon Ball Regionals? I thought it was in person. I do not want Red Purple Law to come back. I am so afraid of what Red Purple Law would do if it came back. I'm going to be so real. I'm going to be so real. I think Red Purple Law would actually be really good. Oh, dang. I'm glad you had fun, though, Spectral. That's pretty good. 5-3 was pretty good. I know there was also a Gundam regional that happened today, I think it was. And someone in our Discord, Doctor's Dead, for anyone who does not know, got top 32 in the Gundam regional today, which is super exciting, super cool. Yo, I hope they call me back, Panda Bear. I hope they call me for nationals this time around, because if I don't get invited to cast at Dallas Card Fest, I don't think I'm going to be in Dallas. For One Piece, at least. I'll be in Dallas no matter what, but for what is very TBD. Oh, you had Gundam and Union Arena in the same room? It's kind of wild, actually. Oh, you got the round 1 mat? I didn't even know there was a round 1 mat and in a blanket. I didn't know it was there until after we had left round 1 for the day. How did you get the round 1 play mat? And Chad, does anybody know how you get the blanket? Well, it's a computer mat. The round 1 mat is not a trading card game play mat. It's a computer desk mat. So it's bigger. Yeah. I hope that Red Ace does better in the meta. The blanket you get from buying food or karaoke? Really? I didn't know that. You get the Zoro from the food purchase and Sanji from karaoke, but the blankets were like $45. Oh, so they were probably sold out by the time that I went. I went at like 8 o'clock at night. I went late. You could have just asked them for. You got a mat and the cards. I didn't get any of the cards, though. So it was sad. So I bet the desk mat and the blanket were probably gone by the time that I got there. Which is kind of a shame that I didn't get any of the round 1 cards, chat. But it is what it is. Not trying to be too sad, because I was still able to get some things of the collaboration, and like there's other wave 2 items, so in September I'll go back, so that's really nice. I hope they do a 3rd wave in the future, but I'm not too pressed. I'm not someone that also like, I mean, obviously I want to get everything that I can, right? Like as a collector, you know, I try to get everything that I can, but I've also come to the realization, because I've been doing card games for like 10 years. I've been collecting card games for 10 plus years. I've came to the realization a long time ago that I'm not going to be able to get everything, and I have to be okay with that. So Soul, it was completely random. So if people were saying that if you got it in a like sealed set of 10, like with the wrapping over the 10, that means you were guaranteed a full set, no duplicates. But there were plenty of people that I saw online that got duplicates, and it was just luck. It was just luck. Yo, you're gonna upgrade it. No, you're good, diving guide. Hope you're or divine guide. Hope you're having a good day. Thanks for coming in. It's so hard to get stuff now, though. I will say it is very difficult right now to be like a fan based on why did this blink? Did you guys see that? It's very hard to get stuff right now, and I can understand how it can be like difficult to be a fan. Do you think Pinel's going to be viable in OP17? Probably. The deck is broken. The deck is really good. Now, do I think it'll be like a top 3 deck? That's up for discussion. But I think it'll be a meta viable deck. For sure. Well, I think Vantis, I think the thing is, if you were buying 10 and you started the first person in the line got 10, you probably got a full set. If the second person in line got 10, they probably got a full set, no duplicates. But the third person in line, if they only buy 6, right, they get 6. That means that there's 4 of them, right, that are left over of that set. So then the fourth person, they order 10, they're going to get duplicates if they go in that order because you're mixing in 2 sets of 10. So if you were at the front of the line, you were probably pretty much guaranteed if you were going to buy 10, but it was really just a gamble on what everybody in front of you did or if you got lucky. What is the topic of the new stream? It's a Japan Championship, I think. I don't know if I understand your question, Anthony, but I hope you're having a good night. This is still the... Oh my god, they just delayed it, chat. All right, chat, we got 48 minutes now until the stream starts. Ridiculous. Well, I'm staying up with you guys, so hope you guys enjoy. I mean, it makes sense if people didn't want to buy. Why is my chat like resetting? You guys are bouncing around on screen. Cut that out. What is going on? Go get some water. I got liquid death, which is pretty much water, right? OP17 Linlin meta. I think Linlin's going to be interesting. I don't know how good it's going to be, but I think it's going to be an interesting one. Foxy's a lit leader. Foxy's a cool leader, but Shanks is like doing what Foxy wanted to do. And all they got to do is like pay 1 Dawn. Crazy. I'm going to reset the chat. Let's play Truth or Dare. Oh, boy. I've been doing some Pirates parties, Real Panda. Not, I didn't get to this last week, but I typically try to play in Pirates parties. Yo, ST29 Luffy. Good old yellow 6-life leader. What's your opinions on OP17 Kaido? Seems like a cool leader effect. Some of the cards that they've been revealing too, I think, are pretty good. I'm really curious about like the the 9 costs that they revealed, the lead performer, queen, and king. Really curious about those. I think Red Ace and OP17 will be better, but it's hard to tell exactly where it is until we get the full set list. So it's the same spot where it was, pretty much. It's hard for me to give a real opinion on OP17 when we don't really know anything about it. Because all they got to do is reveal one card, right? One card gets revealed, and all of a sudden, OP06 Perona is the best deck in format. Yeah, the lead performer card is really good. I think what time does the stream start? 45 minutes. They just delayed the stream by 30 minutes, unfortunately. I really thought that the what is it? Either the king or the queen, depending on what you're looking for. I think those could be like solid in blue purple Luffy. Probably, well, I guess they both have like their own value, but yeah, every leader is always one card away from being good. So it's really hard to tell when we don't know everything. But once they announce the full set list, chat, and we know the entire set list, I will be making videos on OP17, whether that is my thoughts on the set list, the cards that are announced, whether that is, you know, cards that I think will excel that you should buy, right? My typical like once per set market watches, what decks I think are going to be good in the format, you know, what decks I think are going to be all that jazz in a bag of chips. What is Hody Jones missing, if we're being so honest? Is it the fact that he has to rest his leader effect to be able to do the things? Because doesn't he have to... What is Hody Jones again? Hody Jones, rest the leader, rest up to one of your opponent's Dawn cards or characters with a cost of 3 or less. It's probably the fact that he can only rest to 3 or less. That's probably the biggest thing about him. He could also just use a new leader card. That is true. But yeah, it'll be really curious to see. I have really enjoyed that they've been revealing like a new card every single day. Cause like what's really been nice is as of late, Japan has revealed it, and then the Western region has quickly followed and been like, wow, look at this. It's brand new. And it's like, no, we kind of heard about this like 5 hours ago. But what they've been doing with the daily card reveals is they've been posting it at the same time, both Japanese and Western, the English account and the Japanese account. They've been posting it at the same time, which has been really nice. Kind of plays into that global simultaneous release. Krieg is 0 cards away from being in. Come on! I mean, it's a green format. Swash? Where's Krieg? It's a green format. My hair is so long, Chad. I need to get a haircut. I need to get a haircut. And I know that they announce it at the same time, Chad, because I actually get notifications when they tweet. When both of those accounts tweet. So they typically like always happen at the same time. Which is funny sometimes. Shout out Batsu for the sim music, by the way. makes it so I can at least listen to something that's not Harris Heller on Spotify. Even though I've actually been copyright claimed by the music in his copyright-free playlist. I mean, Krieg's biggest problem is that he has to play East Blue, right, in order for his leader effect to, like, really work. I'm sure there are situations and ways that you don't need to play your East Blue cards, but you know. But most of the cards in Krieg, it has to be East Blue. What's Marine Day? I will let you guys know about this again because it's been about probably 45 minutes-ish since I've told you guys. Marine Day, for anyone who does not know, is a Japanese holiday that celebrates gratitude to the ocean and all that it gives and all that it does, you know, for wildlife and health and prosperity, things of that nature. Because Japan is a maritime nation, which, what does maritime mean? Anything connected. Oh, it's just anything connected to the sea. Okay. But because Japan is an island, right, similar to like Hawaii, they are maritime locations. But that is what Marine Day is for anyone who does not know. It's also like Monday in Japan, so I was like shocked at the schedule when I saw that there was a Monday holiday or a Monday live stream. What I'm curious about is if they're going to showcase the schedule for upcoming championships. Because I think there's like I think there's just like one championship left to go on the season 1 schedule. Yeah, there's just one championship on the season 1 schedule. Oh wait, this is today. Yeah, which is today. But then after that, I'm like, well, I don't know what they're doing. So I hope they let us know soon. Is every continent, because like Japan is completely enclosed by water, right? It is like an island. Am I wrong? Whereas like North America, or at least the United States, you've got Mexico south, you've got Canada in the north. So is it, I guess if you like, there's water everywhere and it's just a bunch of rocks floating on water. Maybe, I don't know. Is there anything for One Piece Day on the 22nd? They might post a video, but I don't know. Yeah, copyright is odd on YouTube. When does the tourney start? In 37 minutes, based on this little timer down here. They delayed it. They delayed the tournament by like, they delayed it by over 30 minutes, I think. Of course, Dusky Pump. Hope you're having a good night. Is One Piece Day July 22nd? I know it's coming up. When is One Piece Day? One Piece Day is July 22nd. Yeah. implies that their main source of economic growth and stability revolves around the ocean, using the waters as a way to progress and sustain your nation. Oh, interesting. Thank you, Real Panda, for the information. Yes, Warts, starter deck 31 through 36 is allowed in this tournament. So it's going to be curious to see if... What I'm curious about, chat, is if green continues to be the most dominant color in the format, like it was the other day. One Piece Day will probably reveal the blue leader. Oh, that's a good call. I didn't even think of that. Yeah, One Piece Day could reveal the blue leader. That'd be probably kind of hype, actually. Yeah, like I don't think the US's focus is maritime. Hey, you know a little bit more than I do, Panda. I just found out today what Marine Day was because I saw that they were posting about it being Marine Day, and I was like, well, before they were saying just Monday holiday championship, and so I was like, what holiday do they have on Monday? And then I found out it was Marine Day, and then this, that, and the third, and then I was like, oh, cool. So the top decks, Warts, from the championship the other night, it was like Friday, Saturday night, one of those two. The top decks of the format were Green Mihawk, Red Green Luffy, Black Yellow Teach, Purple Enel, Blue Green Luffy. That was like the top 5 decks, no particular order. But those were the top 5 decks in terms of population. And then all of those decks besides Black Yellow Teach that I just listed off made top cut in the Japan Championship. But I'm pretty sure this is the final championship one of this format, but 2 of the season before they get to like the Japan finals, the Asia finals, stuff like that, before they go into season 2. I don't know how Brylo Ren, first of all, I hope you're having a great day. I don't know how popular it is out in Japan. Like if it's like is it just a bank holiday? Like, is it a holiday where everybody has the day off in the country? Or is it a holiday where everybody just kind of goes about their days as normal, except maybe, you know, have seafood or something like that? Or I don't know. I just learned about it. But Kiss, what's good? Take the holiday and move on. Did they reveal Emu on One Piece Day? I know the stream. I know the day that they did it. What day was that stream? This was a while ago. It was this. Oh, yeah, it was on One Piece Day. Yeah. It was on One Piece Day that they revealed Emu and the 5 Elders last year. That's actually so crazy. Or wait. One Piece Day 20... So they did it on a stage. They didn't do it on One Piece Day. They did it on August 9th. Because we streamed this on August 9th. So it wasn't on One Piece Day. It was on a different day. What happens to Nen Garden from Bandai rules? I mean, Nen Garden exists so long as Bandai doesn't send like a cease and desist. But I am not the owner of Nen Garden, so I can't really say too much of value, I guess. Any guesses on the blue leader? The blue leader will be leader effect, tap 1 Dawn to draw 4 cards. Just kidding. I don't think it's that. I have no idea. I'm gonna say Gunko because Gunko is kind of blue, right? I think. Rock stock's going to be wild or low key. I saw somebody in the Discord made a mock-up of like a rocks leader, which was like, I think it was inspired by Blue Dofi, OP01 Dofi, which I thought was kind of cool. It was like I think it was like when attacking, reveal the top card of your deck. If the cost of that card was the same or less than the amount of cards that you had in your hand, play it out on the field, which I thought was interesting. Is there any special events tonight? I mean, there's a Japan Championship tonight in 30 minutes. But I don't know anything else outside of that. One Piece Day is the August 22nd. I don't think they're waiting to release date to reveal the blue leader. Who knows? They might. Now that it's global simultaneous release, how crazy would it be? Well, actually, no, because we get... Well, actually, doesn't it release... Hold on. OP17 release day. Yeah. So what's interesting, Chad, is it's global simultaneous release, but it officially releases in Japan on August 22nd. I'm like pretty sure it's supposed to come out in Japan on August 22nd. We don't get it in the West until August 28th, official release, but we do have pre-releases starting on this day. So we do get the cards at the same time. It's just in different ways, and I think the format is... Oh, wait, this is the English website. The format is like a week later starting. They might reveal the leader today. I don't know. Renzo, I don't have any insider info. And if I did, I wouldn't be able to tell you anyways. Gabon or Gunko. I've heard a lot of people say Gabon. Purple is the new yellow? No. No. Purple is not the new yellow. No, no, no. Isn't LATAM finals that weekend or of the 29th? One Piece TCG LATAM finals. I don't know when the LATAM finals is. Let's see. LATAM is August 15th through 16th. So it's going to be the weekend before pre-releases. It's going to be the weekend before pre-releases. That means Roger will probably get no support ever again. Well, it depends on his color, right? I mean, we're assuming that it's mono blue. So, in theory, yes. But purple is crazy now? Is purple crazy now? Are you talking about purple being crazy like in OP17 or right now? Because right now purple is not crazy. It's just purple and L is crazy. I don't know if I saw anywhere that it's official. That it's officially monocolor leaders in the set, but I feel like it probably will be monocolored leaders. That's just my guess. Let me coach you in TFT. If you ever want to like link me YouTube videos on like good TFT creators. That's probably the best. I'm not like giga serious on like excelling at TFT. I just need something when I don't want to play One Piece. Mama Ragon's a great card, don't get me wrong. Like I've been telling you guys for months that Mama Ragon is just a generically good purple card. But I don't think Mama Ragon's a breaker in the format or the game. I think it's a good card and it's played in so many different decks, but I don't know, like I don't see Mama Ragon as really a problem. I don't know. Yo, Big Toad, what's good? Good evening to you. Do you guys think Mama Ragon is a problem card? I'm going to be so real right now. I don't know if I think Mama Ragon is a problem card. I think it's a great card. It's an incredible card. But I don't know if I would label it as a problem. Box is one of the... I watched... Who did I watch the other day? Buffy Muffins, I think is who it was. I watched like a Buffy Muffins video or two the other day. I like the way that he kind of explains some things. But I'm garbage at TFT. Yeah, I think Borsalino's way worse than Mama Ragon. Now, do I think Mama Ragon will stay in purple decks for a long time? Absolutely. Absolutely. I don't know if they... Here's my thing. Here's my thing, chat, about bans. I can't look at this in good faith and be like, Borsalino should be banned. Or restricted. I just don't. I don't. Like, I don't see it. I don't see it. Because in the 16.5 meta, yellow's way down in stock. Way down in stock. So I don't know. Now, is Borsalino going to be a card that every yellow deck is going to consider? Absolutely. Is double Borsalino an incredible play? Absolutely. But I don't know. I don't know about like looking at this and being like, yeah, we should get rid of Borsalino. And this is only one tournament, so the sample size is small. But I don't think much is going to be different from Friday, to be honest. Yeah, you're back in time, Golem. They delayed the stream by like 30 minutes. Yeah, like I think Mama Ragon only feels so bad because of power reduction. But power reduction is really like, I mean, it's in 2 decks and one of them can't search it. So it's like they just have to have the combo, which is a lot harder than you think. So I don't know. Like it would be, but it also comes in, and this is why I'm not on the design team or anything like that. But with the conversation around like Mama Ragon, Borsalino, like there are cards that will definitely cause a problem in the future if you're not 100% careful. And is there enough time in the day and enough testing that you can do to make sure you ever avoid that problem, right? So, I mean, like, I think designing a card game and maintaining a card game is incredibly difficult, and I don't envy the team for having to do it, because I would not be able to do it. But I don't know. Like, I just don't see anything needing... I I'd be all right if some things left, like 8 cost Gecko. I'd be okay if it left, right? Like I'd be if they announced that Borsalino would get banned, I'd be like, okay, whatever. But I don't think we need it, especially with the green meta that we're in. I don't know. I do think Borsalino's overstated, though. I don't think Red Green Luffy's that bad. Cool Crash. I think Nami is that bad. Red Green Luffy, I think, is really interesting. Purple Katakuri, viable or no? It was kind of surprising to me how Purple Katakuri was not a huge deck in here. It was in the championship on Friday. It was 2.6 in the meta of the 470 players, which it was a little bit lower. I thought it would be higher than Yellow Kid, to be honest. But I think the biggest problem with Purple Katakuri is like if you don't find the 5 cost, you're screwed. It's like it's game over. More likely than not. I think the live action Baroque Works cards will help Croc a bit. Like, the biggest thing about the Baroque Works cards in the binder, it's been a while since I've read the cards, but the biggest thing, in my opinion, is the Miss All Sunday. Because the Miss All Sunday, with that on-play effect, triggering your Crocodile, means that now you're in a situation to where you one, don't have to play Crocodile every single turn to get the double stun, or to get a stun every single turn, but now you can play the 7 cost Miss All Sunday into the Bond Clay, Leader Effect Bond Clay into the 5 cost promo binder Miss All Sunday, to then KO your 8 cost Crocodile and get the loop of stunning going while also widening out your board, which I think could actually be like very advantageous. Future cards break that leader. Yeah, I think Red Purple Law would still be very, very good if it was in the format today. I think it would still be very good. Hoping to see a Kuzan. I think it'd be really cool if we saw a Kuzan today, Solik. I don't agree with that Cool Crash. Because Nami has made some people I know way more money than I'll ever make in the One Piece card game. So I can't blame anybody for playing a great leader. You know, even if I don't enjoy it or enjoy playing against it, I can't fault anybody for winning, you know, thousands upon thousands of dollars playing the game. Because, hey, I mean, if you told me that if I played Blue Yellow Nami, I would guarantee top 64 at a treasure cup to get the treasure or the Nami prize card and sell it for $4,000, or top 32 the regional and sell it for like $3,000, yeah, I would do it. Absolutely. Was the Alabasta starter deck thing a reveal or was it a leak? Because I remember seeing that the other day, but I can't remember if it was a reveal or a leak. OP18 is Alabasta themed. It would make sense, right? Because they could like align it with the live action. Because the live action is in Alabasta, right? Like Alabasta, Drum Kingdom. It was a leak, you believe? A reveal? What? Guys, was it a reveal or a leak? OP18 is Water 7 themed? Water 7 is not Alabasta. Yo, Lectoy, what's good? We're just waiting on the championship. We got about 15 minutes left, chat, until the stream starts. Got delayed. Can't believe it's starting at like 1 a.m. Shout out to all the VOD watchers that have made it this far. If you're watching the VOD in the future. I have still not finished season 2 of the live action. I like the live action. I love the live action. I think it's fantastic. I think it's beautiful. I think it's very well done. I think it has so much love in it. I'm really bad at watching TV shows. So I haven't finished it yet. I know what happens because in the anime I've gotten farther than where the live action is. But yo, Edit, what's good? Kaku leader. I would love a Kaku leader. Now, is it Kaku when he's a giraffe or Kaku when he's the Water 7 shipwright? That's the real question that we should be asking. Chat, I appreciate everybody that's been here. I'm sorry that there's some delays in terms of the live stream and the Marine CS Championship that's been going on tonight. It'll be starting in about 15 minutes, a little less than 15 minutes. So if you haven't gotten a drink, gone to the bathroom or anything like that, you want to get it before the championship starts, make sure to go do that right now. But if you're enjoying the content, whether you're on Twitch or YouTube or wherever you're watching from, make sure to hit the like button. Make sure to hit the subscribe button if you're on YouTube to join our content next. How far am I? Ennis Lobby. Not very far. I'm basically still in Water 7. I'm really curious about rotation C9, especially like when we get into multiple years of rotation. I'm really curious to see how the game is going to feel and like how things are going to react. The championship is in Japan. I don't know actually where in Japan it is. Hold on, let me see if it's in Tokyo. It's in Tokyo. The Marine Championship, so it's a holiday in Japan about Japan being a nation that has thrived and strived being around water, right, in the ocean. So it's like gratitude, what's the word? Expressing gratitude to the ocean. I can't say whether it's a minor or a major holiday because I don't know, but it's really cool that they're hosting this on a Monday because it's Monday in Japan. Gratuitous. Thank you, Golem. I have multiple college degrees, chat, but I'm not very smart. So words are a little difficult. Recently started playing OP, so still processing that manga rares don't rotate. Yeah, it's kind of it's a really interesting time to get into One Piece right now because like they have the rotation, which is nice for newer players, right? It's beautiful, but it's also a little difficult to like understand of why certain cards are still around. Like, I mean, you have all the Block 1 cards that got grandfathered in, like You Could Be My Samurai, like Kaya, Nojiko. There's other cards like OP01 Killer, Bonnie Searcher, And you're like, why are these cards still around? They're block 1. And it's like, well, some got grandfathered in because they got printed in PRBO2. And it's like, it's a little confusing. What if they ban a manga? Is there a manga that could be banned? I don't think there's a manga that should be banned. They could be funny and ban a manga, but there's no manga I think that's good enough. Maybe Sakazuki. Sakazuki's probably the best manga right now. Right? Or is it actually Teach, Tenko's Teach? That's the best manga. So rotations are once every year, and I don't know if it's going to happen in April, but typically card games that do rotation once per year do it around the same time every year. So it'll be like late March, early April. It's when it should be. Ban Roger for fun's sake. Tenko's Roger would be kind of funny. I think it's really hard to say anything in OP17 should be banned when we don't even know the full set list. Best manga, OP17, Shanks Green. It does look like it's going to be a good card. Oh, yeah. OP01 Nami was banned at one point, chat. This is true. If you don't remember, I think it was the fall of 2023 or 2024. One of those 2 years. It was like right before OP05 came out. They had that temporary red ban where they just banned a bunch of red cards. So, there's that. Also, Haraz, what's good? How are you, friend? Welcome on in. OP4.5. Yeah, it was right before OP05 came out. They banned a couple red cards, including the one-cost Nami Searcher. And then they released Starter Deck 10, which had one-cost Nami Searchers in it. So you could buy a starter deck, but you were not allowed to play the starter deck out of the box because it had the one-cost Nami. So it was banned. But yeah, she didn't have a manga at that point, so I don't know if it counts. She didn't get a manga until PRB 01? Yeah, Kasanji was the manga in PRB 02. Yeah, Red was just really good. Red was just really good. Cameron, hello. Mississippi. I don't know if we need to ban it. I mean, it's going to be really good. I'm really curious to see how good it does in the format. I'm so curious how it does. Yo, Avidin, what's good? What are we hoping to win? That's a good idea. What do I think wins? I would love to see Black Yellow Teach bounce back a little bit, considering it did not show up in the top cut of Friday's championship to start the OP16 format. But I would kind of like if a red-green Luffy won, because that's one of the decks that I'm considering for the Oklahoma Championship, so it'd be nice to have like a little bit of validity. But I just hope it's not Dracula Mihawk, because Dracula Mihawk got first and second on Friday. Spoiler alert if you did not know. It got first and second. So I would really just like a different winner. I kind of want to see like a yellow kid or a purple Katakuri make top cut at least in this championship. What do you think of blue Ivankov and blue-green Luffy lists? Let me see. Let me give you my opinion here in a second. What do I think of blue Ivankov in the list. It's broken. You absolutely should play it in Blue-Green Luffy. Because Hervoye is playing it. If Hervoye is playing it, then it's good. This is, like, I would just play this list if I was going to play Blue-Green Luffy. Because this guy has won back-to-back-to-back Treasure Cups. 3 weekends in a row, he has won Treasure Cups. And I think he's had Blue Ivankov in all of his lists. Yeah, 2 Blue Ivankovs in the one last weekend. And then, or that's Luca. And then, yeah, had Blue Ivankov in this. Yeah, just play Blue Ivankov. It's broken. It's giga cracked. But some got expensive. Yeah, I mean, especially with the secret rare Luffy's, I know those have been climbing up in price. And then you got to buy 7-cost Zoros, which I know are not, cheap. I know Brooks and Nami's are also going up as of late. Yeah, I mean, the reason, and Hervoye talked about this, I think, on the All Blue podcast. I think it was. Or maybe it was somewhere else that I heard him talk about this. But he talked about how Ivankov is not necessarily like for the on-play effect. It's for the when attacking draw effect. But like if you high roll and you hit the 2 cost off of the Ivankov, it's obviously like really good. 10 cost Kaido, Linlin, and Cat? I don't know, because you don't want to wipe out your whole board. That like what? Forces you to play Nola, but then you still can't protect your 8 cost Katakuri? I don't know about that. What time does it start? Our time? Should be in a couple minutes. Should be in a couple minutes, Joseph. He did a deck profile. I know he's been doing a lot of videos, and I think like Skepos did a profile with him. I think it was. I haven't watched it yet. I spent most of today traveling back to Las Vegas from a different state. So I haven't been paying attention to a lot of One Piece card game stuff over the weekend, chat, because I was celebrating my lovely girlfriend's birthday, as she deserves. So I'm a little behind on content and One Piece. Radio Knife is going to be played now? Oh, because, yeah, haven't people talked about in OP17 how maybe... I saw somebody tweet about Radio Knife. Newgate with a free rad beam every turn. That Newgate is really interesting. I don't know. 7 cost Zoro jumped to 6 to 7,000 yen after the reveals? What? Really? Why did that one jump from the OP17 reveals? Probably just because the idea of like back-to-back boost up your leader turns in red. Recommend for aggro decks, Blue-Green Luffy and Purple Enel. Those are my 2 aggro deck recommendations. Purple Enel is considered an aggro deck, right? I feel like it is. I feel like it is. Oh, please no Goofy, thanks. Purple Enel then. I didn't read the no Goofy part. My bad. Man, we've been live for 90 minutes, and the stream should be starting any second, chat. I did not get a chance before I went on vacation / when I came back. I did not get a chance to update all my buttons. So I do have things like Mihawk and also red-green Luffy, as well as blue-green Luffy in my buttons. But if like a purple Katakuri or a yellow kid or I don't know, like some other random deck popped up within the stream, and I don't have the starter deck cards on here either, but I'll add those in post. Oh, Yamato is an aggro deck. Yeah, Yamato is a cheap aggro deck as well. Like, you could build black Yamato for pretty cheap, and it's fun. Pinel's a control deck. Yeah, I was going to say, like, it's like aggro, but it's also like control. Ooh, SD30 Ace and Luffy is a cool deck, yeah. I wonder if that... No, that deck probably... Because you don't really gain anything, right? From the starter decks? I mean, I guess you could... Well, the Draco Mihawk is like... slash-locked, right? Or it plays out slash, which Ace or Luffy is not slash, so it's probably not... It's not worth it. Best new leader in what? Like OP17? I have no idea. Probably Shanks. But OP16.5? Mihawk. Grizzler, it should start any second now. It should start just about any second. Because it said 105 start time, my time, and it is officially 105. So it should be any time now. Anytime we should get this going. Oh yeah, starter deck Ace and Luffy does gain 1000 Sunny, right? Got your green Mihawk PSA promo. I have not gotten my Mihawk PSA promo, and I haven't heard of anybody getting it yet. So I don't know if they've shipped yet, but it should be like sometime by the end of the month or beginning of August. Of course, Grizzler. Of course. Yeah, they delayed it a little bit. They delayed it a little bit for anyone who's curious. But it should be any time now. It's starting, by the way, in 3, 2, 1. Dang. Next time. Next time, chat. Half of top 8 going to be Mihawk again? I don't know. I mean, I think there's a good shot that Mihawk will repeat as the most successful deck in terms of top cut. But I don't know. I mean, all it takes is one person to play the counter of Dracula Mihawk, and all of a sudden they win the championship. We've seen it before. Oh, does the stage only work on Luffy leaders? Oh, I didn't know that. I guess under the rules of the game, your leader is not named Monkey D. Luffy and Port Gasti Ace. It is just Ace and Luffy. So I guess that makes sense. I guess that would make a lot of sense. I'm really curious at seeing more of like the... What I hope to see is the Teach versus Mihawk matchup, maybe. Because I don't fully know how that matchup goes. But in my opinion, it kind of... In theory, it doesn't seem great. Doesn't seem impossible, but doesn't seem great. Being able to just rest your 10 cost blockers. Because the big thing about Teach is being able to, off of your leader, be able to stabilize and be super giga defensive in the late game with the blockers and things like that. But anything that can just get around the blockers, whether that's unblockable or resting them, is probably not good. Oh yeah, you can't run the one-cost Garp Searcher, which I actually think is a crime. I think I've said that on the channel before, but I think the one-cost Garp from OP13 not being able to be used in the starter deck 30 Ace and Luffy is actually a crime. What do you think about PY Rosie? I think it's still a good deck, but I think same reason for Teach, right? When your blockers can just get rested for nothing almost or nullified, that's probably pretty tough for you a little bit. Especially for Rosie too, because Rosie will leave Dawn up for like I love yous. So like being able to lose that too definitely hurts. Why have they not started this yet? They must have had like some crazy delays. Do they have the... Yes, the starter deck 31 through 36 is legal for this championship for anyone who does not know. So, you'll see a lot of green probably in this top cut. No, there has not been an announcement yet, Hardy. The championship hasn't... They haven't started top cut as of yet. Do you think Nami's going to be worse next format? Yes, I do. I do think Nami is going to be worse next format. Hold on, Chad. Let me just see what they... Oops. They just tweeted... Okay. It was just them tweeting out the live stream link. I think Nami gets worse in the next format. But that's just based on only a little of what I've watched. Understanding how, like, the couple matchups that Nami kind of struggles with stay pretty relevant. I don't think that's it, Purple Alligator. This isn't Pokemon. Do you think Black Yamato will survive the next set? I think it's really tough for Yamato because of a lot of the freezing that can go on right now in the game. Well, I think freezing kind of stinks for Yamato, right? Because it like nullifies your Kinemon right after it swings for the first time. It like never restands again. Sure, you do have a lot of aggression that your opponent might not be able to play around with like different stunning effects because, you know, you just play it from the trash and then boom, you like swing with it. But if that gets stunned or whatever, I don't know. I mean, I think Yamato just struggles in general. But I'm still really deciding on in the starter deck format, at least, if the meta is still pretty jungly or if it condenses a little bit. You know? Does Red Green Luffy beat Nami? I don't know for sure. Because I think it depends on who you ask. The new starter deck cards for Luffy are very good. Don't get me wrong. And then Nami can just do, like, Nami things. But I have beaten Namis before on Red Green Luffy before the starter decks. I've also lost to them before. So... But I think with, like, the Rush... The Rush Luffy can do a fair bit of damage, and you... Like, the stage is just so good to consistently be able to get a Dawn on your leader and, like, tap out. and be able to get that Dawn on every single time. It's got to make it a lot better. I don't know if I would say the Pokemon community is getting worse and worse. I think just trading card games in general communities are getting worse and worse. I don't think it's just a Pokemon thing. I think it's everywhere. Because of how valuable people are making the cards. Will Kobe get better? It's hard to say that Kobe will get better when there's not support coming out. Does Kobe have a favorable matchup in the Mihawk? And like this green meta that we're in? I think Kobe could be dangerous into something like Mihawk, right? Because I think Kobe's very good at deleting one body per turn decks because of being able to attack active characters. You just, whatever gets played, you just kill. So, I don't know. Yeah, like Nami's play rate in the last championship took a huge decline on Friday. So it'll be curious to see if it still has that in this championship. I don't know why the championship hasn't started yet, chat. It should have started about 10 minutes ago. It has not yet. I do not know. It should be starting any second. Planning on playing Ace? Think you need to give up the idea for now. I wonder how Ace can fare into Mihawk. Right? Because doesn't Ace have a... Ooh, now it's starting, chat. Okay, now we're getting there. How does Ace fare into Mihawk? Like red-blue Ace. If Kobe has an endgame character, he'll get support. Or Kobe is an endgame character. My guess for the OP17 leader is Gunko. Martin, you were pretty much right. Little less than 1 minute. It's also like based on the tournament chat. So they only stream Top Cut. So it's got to be like they time it specifically of like they have X amount of time until Top Cut starts. And so what probably happened is rounds going to overtime and stuff delayed the next round starting. And so their projected start time to start streaming just got pushed later and later because Top Card starts later and later. I have no idea if they'll do OP17 reveals. I don't work for Bandai. Yo, if Zoro Sanji wins tonight, that'd be sick. One Piece Kado game. Stato. Blue leader's Kunko Atrocious told me. He never lies. That's my guess. Did he dye his hair? Oops. Did he dye his hair, chat? I feel like his hair was black. Now it's gold. Also, Gavin kind of looks like he got a haircut. No. I don't know. He's in the same outfit as always. He is always wearing this hat. He is always wearing this shirt. Always. OP09 Buggy leader top. I would quit if OP09 Buggy became BDIF. Just kidding. I don't know. I know. I have Curlzor's Zoro Sanji proxied up for the starter deck format. Oh, is the hold on, go back. He's a YouTuber? This guy? Or I guess you guys can't see him. The guy in the middle with the Luffy shirt? This guy. Is he a YouTuber? I don't know who he is. I know one of the old casters that they had last year is a YouTuber. Oh, I'm sure he washes his shirt. Now, the real question is, did he wash it between Saturday's championship to Monday's championship? That's the real question. For the Marine Day CS. There's only... Oh, no. There's 1,230 people in this championship. It's a top 16 today, chat. So it's going to be a late night for us. Yippee for me. It's going to be a late night for us. I hope you're ready. Should be top 16. Gavin's so cool. I've talked to Gavin a couple times. He's like one of the coolest people I know. I will not be having Gavin slander in this chat. All right, chat. This is the meta share. You got 21% Dracul Mihawk. Anel, Luffy, Teach. So Teach's play rate very much down. Teach's play rate down. Luffy, Anel up. Blue-green Luffy still rounding out that top 5. Katakuri is going up in meta share, though. Katakuri going from like 2.6% to 4.4%. Nami at 4.3%, pretty much where it was, maybe a little bit lower to where it was the other day. You got Kuzan, Lucy. This is Yellow Kid at 2.4%. Bo Hancock 2.2%. Rosinante 2.2%. Ace, Mono Red Ace 1.4%. Yamato 1.3%. Crocodile 1.2%. So, yeah. I mean, all these green decks at the top just hurt Nami. So it's tough. It's tough. Three reveals potentially. Sugar the Goat. Oh, there is Sugar down here, Chad. In this bottom right corner box is a like all the other decks at 9.7% of the meta. There's Red Black Sabo, there's Blue Purple Luffy, Emu, Shanks, Red Blue Ace, Kobe, Mono Red. This is probably starter deck 21 Luffy. Red Green Smoker. You got Sugar and Black Purple Luffy. Very neat, very cool. Yeah, people still playing Emu. I mean, Emu is a deck that you just needed to buy it at OP13 and you don't have to change RH leader. I don't know what RH is, but Red Purple Sugar is in this 9.7%. Red Green, that's Smoker. Sumoka. Red Green Luffy is 11.3% chat of the meta, and Smoker is part of this bottom right corner. Yeah, there's Sugar and Smoker. Yeah, Black Yellow teaches 11.1% chat. Did they post the top cut? I think they just posted the top cut on Twitter before they showed the stream. They did! What? Did the stream like break? They just posted the top cut on Twitter. There were some errors. Oh, so this is the amount right here. You got 5 blue-green Luffys, 4 purple Anels, 2 red-green Luffys, 2 Mihawks, Kobe, Nami, and Yamato. This is an interesting top cut, chat. 5 blue-green Luffy, 4 purple Anel, 2 red-green Luffy, 2 green Mihawk, 1 Kobe, 1 Nami, 1 Yamato. This is a little bit of the same, but a little bit different, right? Very much dominated by blue-green Luffy and Anel. something that we saw much more Mihawk in Friday's championship. Oh, there we go. There's the top cut. I can't believe they posted it on Twitter first. What the heck? All right, I got to tweet this first real quick, chat. I got to tweet this real quick. 6S Blue Green Luffy, 4X Panel, 2X Red Green Luffy, 2X Mihawk, 1X Kobe. Oh, wait, no. Oh, there was a mistake. Oh, there's supposed to be a Nami in here. Wait. Yeah, so there's supposed to be a Nami in this. Because of the mistake that they made. I almost forgot about that. Kobe, 1X UI Nami, and then 1X Yamato. Okay, let me go back to you guys. Yeah, they tweeted out, chat, for anyone who does not know, they tweeted out a mistake. They basically said, hey guys, we made a mistake on the broadcast. This is the actual top cut. They messed up on this graphic right here. So it should be 5 blue-green Luffys and 1 blue-yellow Nami. Yeah, we do have a Kobe, though. I was saying before stream chat, like, I wonder what Kobe's matchup is like in all these green decks that play 1 body per turn. No, there is a Nami, chat. There is a Nami. I will say that Thriller Bark Slop is not fun to play against. I will agree, but yeah, like if you read the translation right here, chat, this is the correct version. I just want to make sure I don't miss the first round of the tournament. But yeah, this is the top cut. There is a Nami, it's right here. There is a Nami, it's right here. I wonder if they show Kobe. I mean, they could show Kobe in the live stream. They could show Yamato. I wonder what they'll do for... It'll probably be matchup dependent. Yeah, I bet Kobe has a pretty decent matchup in the blue-green Luffy as well. Because blue-green Luffy has such small bodies that if you get like a couple Hibaris, I bet you just run over blue-green Luffy. Squash, I need you to top cut with Krieg. I'm waiting, brother. Yeah, like I'm torn because I kind of want to see the Kobe, to be honest. Because Yamato, I like Yamato as a deck. I think Yamato is a fun deck to play. But Yamato is very... Linear is not the right word, but like... There's not much flexibility in the Yamato decks and how they're built and how they're played. Whereas I feel like Kobe definitely has a lot of situations where it is the same in a lot of different versions of Kobe that you'll play, right? Like you're playing Hibari, you're playing Kujaku, you're playing probably the 6-cost Kobe and 7-cost Helmeppo. Or is it 6-cost Helmeppo? You know, the PRBO2 Kobe, like you guys are pointing out in chat. Probably playing that because of this meta, blue, green, Luffy, and purple Linnell. So, yo, buenas noches, Kraken. It's an interesting night. We got started super late on the stream today. I don't know if I'd say predictable. I don't think predictable is the right word. I don't know what it is, but like Yamato kind of feels like the same thing every turn. But I wouldn't mind if they showed Kobe because I think, or I wouldn't mind if they showed Yamato because that is a deck that has not gotten limelight in the live stream. What is this event they have coming up? This is an event happening soon. It's an event that's happening in Tokyo. Or wait, actually I can keep this full screened. Let's see, pictures. So it looks like that screenshot that they were showing. The corporate championship. Oh, it's the corporate championships were coming back. It's going to happen on September 22nd. So I guess I expect a live stream on September 22nd. Is that a Tuesday? I think that's a Tuesday. No, I don't think low skill expression was the right term either, to be honest. Is ground death a staple in Kobe? I would imagine it's probably pretty good in Kobe. Yeah, Yamato feels like Purple Katakuri where like you need to find one specific card and if you don't, you just lose the game. Whereas Kobe, I don't think has that issue. I think Kobe can... I mean, 3-cost Sabari is so good. But... I did not know that Purple Alligator because I'm not that far. But I'm glad you realized it. Because, I mean, we all knew that immediately. Clocked it immediately. I knew because Oda told me, actually, before they showed it. I actually knew that before. Fun fact. Okay, this Pop-Tart Liquid Death was not that bad. I probably won't ever get it again. But it wasn't that bad. It's not that great. But it's not awful. On their 9 Dawn turn. I know, it's like, I've had games with Yamato as well, because I play Yamato every so often just for fun, and to turn off my brain from Black Hill to Teach and just do something else. And I've had plenty of those games where, like, I don't know where my Yamato is. All right, I think they're about to go into the game. Let's go! All right, who we got? I think they're showing the Yamato. Purple Anel, Chad, the boogeyman of the OP15 format. Still pretty good in the OP16 format, but still holding on in the OP16.5 format, despite Teach still being a meta-relevant deck. Mihawk jumping into the limelight as potentially the best deck in format. It's going to be going up against Kobe. Kobe, a fan favorite. Very interesting. Not a deck that we've seen a ton in the Japan Championships. Going to be pretty exciting to see, especially with this leader effect. Anel, a very aggressive deck, but Kobe can really control the board because of its emphasis on being able not only for the sword type characters to be able to attack characters on the turn which they are played, but a lot of things like the 3-cost Hibari being able to give effects to different characters to be able to attack active characters, and as well with that once per turn effect on Kobe of being able to save a Navy power character of 7,000 base power or less from being removed from the field means that things like El Thor, right, might not be able to remove a body on Kobe's side of the field, and it's going to be huge for trying to maintain this board and overwhelm the Purple Anel player. Chat, leave your predictions to see if you think Purple Anel or Kobe will win. Oh, dang. I didn't hit recording. So this is my reminder in the when I do the editing tomorrow morning that I need to grab the intro of that over on Twitch or YouTube, one of the two. Yeah, Kobe being a 4-life leader is going to be a big downside for him in this matchup, right? Because Enel can be aggressive enough to really hurt 4-life leaders, but with Kobe having its own segment of control, it's going to be interesting to see how the two decks interact. I've not watched this matchup too many times. Looks like Kobe is going first, though, in this matchup. Going to be nice to go first, right? Enel, a deck that loves going first. So I would imagine that the Kobe ended up winning die roll in this game. Hey, you're handsome. Am I actually too quiet, chat, or am I a decent volume? Looking at the Kobe's hand right now, we've got a little bit of searching in the beginning of the game with that Kujaku, right? A very nice piece to be able to start out this one. A nice 2K in the Aramaki, a Ground Death, the card that we were actually talking about if people were playing heading into this championship. Very nice if the deck is able to build up the trash, right, of 10 or more cards, as well as a Kobe and Helmeppo combo, right? That manga Kobe right there. Being able to have that once per turn effect to keep it on the field. Going to be very nice, especially played off of the Kobe to swarm out the board. The Enel player has an Ohm in the hand, as well as a Gamma Knife going from the right side to the left side. The 4-drop Trafalgar Law could be interesting, right, to maybe snipe out a couple cards out of the Kobe's hand with the on-play effect. And then later, when more events are in the trash, Reiju going to be a 7,000 power blocker. And I think that's Vari on the very end side over of the player's hand, right? Being able to +2 cost. Not necessarily very relevant in this matchup, I think, cost-wise, because Kobe very much deals with power of leaders, but only time will tell, especially because Enel is one of the better decks in the format. It's going to be a tough battle for the Kobe, whether he likes it or not. And here we go, chat. Oh, they changed the overlay a little bit. Going to be starting out with the Kujaku. Kujaku going to be going into that top 5 and being able to find, I believe, a sword-type character. Or I'm sorry, a Navy-type character. Navy-type card as well, including the I want to be a Navy officer, right? I want to be in the Navy officer is a nice way to be able to build up that trash, right, for that Ground Death that we were talking about earlier, as well as continue to find pieces, and is not necessarily a bad 3-dawn turn for the Kobe. Obviously, you want to play Hibari out onto the field, but you can't complain about having more search, trying to find more and more pieces of your deck. So now going in with the Charlotte Pudding to start off the turn for the Enel. Going to be looking in that top 4 for an event card. Finds a couple different options in Vari and Lightning Dragon. Lightning Dragon might be a really nice option, even though it doesn't provide you any counter in the turns, right? When Kobe is swinging at you and attacking, would be able to freeze something like a Hibari or another attacking body from restanding, but ends up going with the Vari instead. Vari going to be put into the hand to raise the cost potentially in a future turn. Now we go into the 3-dawn turn, the Ace Sabo Luffy drawn into the hand. Definitely a nice card. We're starting to see Ace Sabo Luffy used much more generically as a generic red 2K, right, to be able to minus in power. And so going in with that I want to be a Navy officer does find the Kobe almost at the very last second, right, putting the Ground Death and Ace Sabo Luffy non-Navy cards into the trash. Having the second Kobe in hand definitely wasn't what you were looking for, right? You were looking for something like Hibari. You were looking for something like potentially the even really anything like Doll, Kujaku, anything of the sort, but it's just going to be a pass off the turn after taking that first life on the 5K swing. Good morning, Fourth of Clubs. 5K swing now going at leader is just going to be a 1K of the Kobe to get out of that attack. Now going in, tapping all 4 Dawn, what I believe is for the Reiju, right? Since the Kobe did not go to 7 cards in hand. Reiju's going to come out onto the field. Is just going to be a 5,000 power blocker as of right now and a 4 cost, but leader effect going on right now. We'll see if any events get played at this point, but not before attaching 4 Dawn onto the pudding for a potential 6,000 power swing. Not going to give up any 2Ks in the hand, just trying to find a card to be able to play on a future turn. Kujaku is a great card to be able to get off of the life and play on the next turn. And the Ohm goes in and draws 1 card for the on-play effect, especially with that Kujaku. Going to be able to play it out onto the field for the 5 Dawn turn that Kobe is going into to be able not only to potentially draw some more cards, but have that defense as well of gaining 2,000 power on the defensive side. Is going to be able to keep it alive for a little bit longer. Also getting a Ripper card as well. That little 1 cost Navy guy right there. Especially on a 5 Dawn turn, you could just go 4 for Kujaku and 1 for the Ripper, right, to round out your turn, be able to force, you know, a Mamaragon or an Elthor or something on that guy to be able to get around it and more attention drawn to him and not your other bodies like Kujaku, you're totally fine with, in my opinion. So going in now with a 5,000 power swing, we'll see if he swings at the pudding right here. But no, he's just going to go at lead. A couple Mamaragons in the hand, but decides to keep it and go down to 3, just building up the hand size. Kujaku going to be coming down. We'll see the on-play effect potentially of trashing a Navy card. Going to be trashing that manga rare Kobe to be able to draw a couple cards. Looks like did find a... Looks like a PRBO2 Kobe. PRBO2 Kobe is going to be a really nice card, right, to be able to KO some of these smaller bodies like Ohm, like Pudding, with that when attacking effect, especially because Kobe allows your sword type characters to be able to attack on the turn that they're played, right? So setting up the hand a little bit. Does have 7 cards in hand, so you definitely want to play this Ripper down on the field if you can to get out of the Trafalgar Law range. But we might see the Kujaku go in and swing at the Pudding. Right, Kujaku having that sword effect does have the ability to attack characters on the turn that it's played, but do you want to expose it on the field right now, right? Especially with this Reiju, it's just 1 leader effect to be able to get it to be a 9,000 power swing over at Kujaku, even with the boost, and it looks like we are going to go ahead and clear this Pudding, just remove it off the field. The Ripper comes down, just a nice little 1-drop blocker. We move on into the turn for the Anel. Especially because you have another Black Navy type character on the field in that Kujaku. The Ripper is going to be a blocker, so if you have any way to forcefully get rid of that Kujaku, going to be able to nullify that blocker. But especially with the Kobe protection effect, right? Even though you have the Elthor in hand, you might do a little bit of shenanigans with like Gamma Knife and also, you know, like popping effects. It's not necessarily going to work as much. The Anel, looking at that secret rare Anel just to be able to build up on the board. And this is going to be one of the things that I think is Kobe is going to really need to do, especially in response to this Anel. You're going to have to remove it off the field somehow in some way, right? Especially as a 10,000 power body, those swings are going to be stacking up like crazy. And so if you're able to remove those bodies every single turn, right, kind of go around the protection effect, just swing over it, that's going to be very, very nice for you, especially because on turns like this, you kind of just see like the Anel get played and then maybe another 1-drop, right, after leader effect. And so pitching the Vari on the secret rare Anel is going to go in now with the 5,000 power swing over at lead, especially with 6 cards in hand. You're not worried about the 4-cost law at this point in the game, so if you want to take a life, you can. But ends up getting rid of the PRBO2 Kobe, not necessarily the card that I would have thought of for the Kobe to get rid of. Maybe eyeing up the Helmeppo on the next turn that we see in the hand. That 6-cost Helmeppo, very nice for being able to swarm out the board. So now going in with an Elthor is going to attempt to get rid of the Ripper. And so now, especially with Kobe, I believe Kobe has the opportunity to save the Ripper if he wanted to, because of Kobe's leader effect. But, or actually did like get clarification on it and then back out. I think maybe he got clarification on it and then backed out. Maybe, I'm not 100% sure, but ended up using leader effect to attach onto the Ohm, and now is swinging 6,000 power, it looks like, over at the Kyujaku. The Kyujaku is going to be minus 1,000 power, right? Even though it's plus 2 to make it an 8, it's going to go down to a 7. Is just only going to be plus 1,000 for Kyujaku, right? That rested body in total. The 6,000 power going at lead, it should be 6,000 power at lead because of 4 Dawn attached. Still has 1 Dawn left as active. More than likely to play another Ohm down onto the field. We'll see if he 2Ks out of this or goes down to 2. Does have that Ace Sabo Luffy in hand, but maybe eyeing up the Ace Sabo Luffy just to be able to get the aggression on some of these other bodies. But no, goes ahead and blocks with the Ripper because there was that Black Navy type character onto the field. Got that blocker trait. Now Enel goes in with the Ohm, being able to draw 1 card. 3 Mamaragons in the hand for the purple Enel. Going to be a little difficult, I think, to be able to KO the Enel in this turn, the Secret Rare Enel, especially because attacking active characters is something that you'll need the 3-cost Hibari on the field to be able to do outside of some other effects, but we pass off the turn. Especially because the Kobe player... Ooh, we also just got the doll off the top of the deck. The doll might be an interesting way to be able to minus the power on the Enel. But again, not having the Hibari in this situation in the game means it's going to be really hard to be able to attack active characters. So you might want to save the doll for when the Enel turns sideways, right? To go ahead and swing at it. But... starts out with the 6,000 power swing at potentially lead. Is thinking about going in with the Helmeppo first. The Helmeppo on play, if you do not know, trashing a card from your hand not only gets you to draw 1 card, but you'll be able to play a sword type character with a cost of 8 or less other than Helmeppo from your trash. Is going to play out that Kobe. Another thing about this Helmeppo, on top of being able to play another character, is the character that you played out gets bottom decked at the end of the turn. And so Kobe is going to be bottom decked, but we'll talk about its once per turn here in a second. Swinging into the Ohm, right, because of Kobe's leader effect, means that the Kobe effect can proc off your turn once per turn when your opponent's character is KO'd. Draw 1 card. That was that draw that you maybe saw there. The Helmeppo also able to swing at characters on this turn. And so here's one thing that you really got to think about, right? Especially if you plan on blocking with the Reiju. Might be able to get Helmeppo as a 7,000 power character to be able to swing at the Reiju and force more cards out of your hand, right? So the Kyujaku 6,000 power could just be a event to be able to get out of it, one of the different events, and Elthor looks like is going to be the option for plus 2,000 power. Might go ahead and attach 1 and swing 6 just to force another event, especially because Enels don't necessarily play 2Ks in their deck. A lot of them not playing any 2Ks at all, maybe 1, 2 maximum of the 2K Sanjis. You know, 2K fishing is a real thing within the matchup of Purple Enel, right? You want them to use their events for 2,000 power instead of their main phases, because the main phases are so strong, and one of the reasons why Purple Enel is so good. So only swinging 5,000 power could just be a Mamaragon to be able to get out of the attack. You would be able to draw 1 card, and that's exactly what we're going to see, right? Just of that draw. Now the Helmeppo going in with the Kobe at the end of turn. Kobe's once per turn says if your leader's type includes Navy and this character would be removed from field, which it should be because of Helmeppo's on play effect, you can trash one card from your hand instead to keep it on the field. So that's why Kobe did not get bottom decked here at that point. One of the stronger combos of the Kobe deck, right? Once this Helmeppo comes out on the field, when this Kobe came out in EB04 as that manga rare, right, that you see on the field and just generally in the set, kind of gave a huge boost to Kobe to be able to keep these bodies out on the field. I would imagine that the Anel has not played against too many Kobes before. If I had to take a guess, Kobe is definitely a sleeper pick within this format. So attaching 2 Dawn, maybe swinging 7,000 power at lead is going to be 2 cards out of hand, a 2K, 1K, or maybe that one event right there is going to go ahead and take the life, put it in the hand, because there are only, I think, 8 cards in the trash as of right now. Ground Death would not give you plus 4,000 power. You got to counter out with another card out of your hand before you go in with the Ground Death to be able to gain that plus 2,000 power. Hibari is finally found off the top of the life, a brick in the hand, so not going to be able to counter out with that. The 10,000 power swing now. We'll see where this 10,000 power swing is going. Could just be going at lead. What you could do as the Kobe is you could maybe use the Ace Sabo Luffy or Arumaki 2Ks and then Ground Death for 11,000 power in total to be able to get out of the 10,000 power attack, especially because once you counter out of one card with the character card that's 9 in the trash, you're still in the counter phase, so then you'd be able to use Ground Death to be able to have that as the 10th card in trash and be able to get that plus 2,000 or 4,000 counter. Yo, right on, what's good? Hold on one sec. So is going to do that exact combo that I was mentioning of the Ground Death to be able to get the 10 cards in trash and get out of the attack. Definitely a really nice combo, I think, for the Kobe at this point in the game. Lightning Dragon going to be played right now to be able to stun one of these 6,000 power characters on the field. I don't think it actually stuns anything because of Kujaku's effect of plus 2,000 power. All of these characters on the field. Lightning Dragon only deals with current power, not necessarily base power. So none of these characters actually in range for stunning. It's really just a cycle effect to be able to get a Dawn into the Dawn deck, and then also on top of that be able to cycle it, get another card potentially. And so the 7,000 power swing from the Reiju gets a life into the hand. Thinking about playing another 4-cost Reiju out onto the field, and it looks like going ahead and tapping for Dawn is going to be for that Reiju. Ryan have 2 7,000 power bodies. Reiju, such a good card in this deck. Now leader effect, restanding 1 Dawn and attaching 4 onto the Ohm is just going to swing a bunch of 7s right now at this Kobe, and so is going to have to force 2 cards out of hand right now. I don't think you want to go down to 0 so early in this matchup. Looks like he's thinking about pitching 2K, and I think that's really just what he has to do. Is going to go ahead now, 2K out of that attack to stay at 1 life. Is going to go ahead. The board is developed right now for this Kobe, and especially with the Anel is turned sideways. You've got Doll and Hibari to be able to remove a lot of different bodies on the field right now if you really wanted to, right? Especially because the Helmeppo and Kobe 7,000 power, and the Doll is minus 6,000 power. Doll's going to kind of be your condition to get rid of this secret rare Anel. You're not necessarily worried about the Ohm. You can get rid of the Ohm fairly easily. I think the Reijus might be a little bit more difficult because you don't have an abundance of power minusing that you can do, but with 9 Dawn in total, could see something along the lines of like play Doll, play Hibari to be able to widen out the board. I don't know if you really want to play Ripper, but especially with the Anel, if they keep the Mamaragons in the hand for some of these small blockers like Doll or Ripper, that could spell disaster for this Kobe if a lot of bodies stay on the field for the purple Enel into this next turn and they start swinging in at life. Only 4 cards in hand right now for the Kobe. The Kobe was 8-1, yeah. The Kobe was 8-1, by the way. The doll is coming in onto the field. Trashing a card is going to be minus 6,000 power. Decided to get rid of the Hibari, so you know this active Reiju is more than likely staying on the field. Enel, that secret rare, now sitting at 4,000 power in total. Is just a field day for these different characters that can be going in and swinging at this Enel. Might start out with 6,000 power over at the Enel. Would force 2 cards out of hand. Might think about attaching 1 Dawn onto the Kyujaku at least, and maybe 2 Dawn on your leader, just to be able to swing 7,000 power and not get a free block on the Reiju. But ends up just swinging the 6. See when he decides to block with the Reiju. Because there are 4 more events in Trash, Reiju does get that 2,000 power buff, but just lets the Enel go on the first swing. Says, you know what? I don't want to give up any resources to keep this Enel alive, especially when there's so many bodies that can swing at this Enel through this turn. And then the your turn Kobe, because the Enel was KO'd, drawing 1 card. A little bit of hand recursion in the deck. I think he drew a Navy officer. I want to be a Navy officer as of right now. So ended up putting the Kyujaku in the trash for that activate main. The Kyujaku trashing herself gives 1,000 power to one of your characters during the turn. So giving that to the Kobe is going to be 8,000 power in total. Looks like it's going to have to be a little bit of counter to get out of the attack, but goes in with Mama Ragon right here. So that's plus 1,000 power. That's going to 6. 7 is going to be on the attack. Or actually, no, was maybe going at the Reiju, my apology. Was it going at the Reiju? Where was that attack going? Because that was an 8,000 power swing, right? So it must have been going at the Reiju for the 1K and the 1K. My apologies on that. Just another 8,000 power swing going in at the Reiju. Does have a couple 1Ks in hand, right, in terms of the pudding or the Shura. Sorry, chat, I'm a little bit tired. Yeah. For some reason, I thought he was swinging at lead at first, which obviously he's not. Whew. I really wonder if he's going to give up 2Ks for this. But no, just lets the Reiju go. Had the natural counter to get out of the attack, but wanted to save a little bit of the resources in hand. Now is going to go with the I want to be a Navy officer. Does find a 2K in the Helmeppo. Does put that in hand instead of the Kobe, right? Just trying to get counter, especially because you don't have a lot of cards in hand right now. Could just play a Ripper down onto the field to be able to get a body down as a little blocker, but curious to see what he goes with right now. Is going to go a little bit of the passive route. Just play the Ripper down onto the field. Pass off the turn. Didn't want to swing 6, right? Even if it's at the Ohm. Because the active Reiju is sitting at 7,000 power, right? Would just be a free block to be able to get out of the attack. Yo, Jay, how are you? I'm glad you're here lurking, my friend. Hope you had a great day today. You deserve it. Does the Enel just like jam face? And I think especially with 2 blockers, the Enel really doesn't want to utilize Mama Ragon right now. But tapping this pudding here means that the Enel is not coming down onto the field. Pudding can't necessarily find you anything like a Frankie or another Reiju to be able to get a little bit more defensive, since Pudding only finds events. but is going to go with that route. Does find another Mamaragon. Is that the 4th copy of Mamaragon, I think, has been found? Could go ahead and try to utilize that. I don't think he's going to be going in with a double Mamaragon play to be able to try to hit lethal at this point. I think your lethal math is also really difficult. Especially because when you Mamaragon, you do have to Dawn -2. So you would have to get rid of one of the active Dawns, and I don't really think you want to do that. Looks like it is just going to continue on with this 7,000 power strategy, maybe? Especially when you don't really have any characters to play down besides potentially maybe Shura. But I don't know how much Shura can really help you outside of potentially finding a little bit of counter. We do know the 2K Helmeppo is in hand, but just trying to get it out is going to go in with the Helmeppo. The Purple Enel more than likely knowing that he's not going to be able to win on this turn. So just trying to get that card out of hand right now and maybe set up a potential lethal line in the next turn is maybe more of the strategy of what he's trying to do right now. Thinking about doing Mamaragon. Or just hard attaching 3 Dawn onto the Ohm. Is going to go ahead now. 5,000 power swing over at lead. And especially with only 1 card in hand and a couple Dawn up, right? You really want to swing low numbers, right, at this Kobe. You want these counter events, stuff like Ground Death that gives so much power onto the leader to get out of these situations. You want that to be utilized for like these small swings, or maybe the blockers, right, of the Ripper. Because right now, this Kobe's kind of in top deck mode. So especially because you still have like 7 cards in hand, I would say. You might not be worried about losing in the next turn. So if you can just keep a couple bodies on the field and just try to get a couple cards out of the hand, or try to get like one of these 2 blockers out, you might be sitting in a position to where you might try to go for lethal in the next turn. The Ohm is going to minus 1,000 power on the Kyujaku, so it is only plus 1,000 power in total. Still 7,000 power character. Cannot be stunned by a Lightning Dragon. I would agree with the players of chat right now. I think blocking, especially with this Ripper, probably your best idea, and he does exactly that. Still 1 Dawn left to be able to work with. Could just be the Shura to get out onto the field, and it's going to be exactly that. Shura going in and drawing 1 card. Could, if he found another 1 cost, like use leader effect to be able to play that 1 cost out on the field to cycle a little bit more. But goes in now with a Mamaragon. We're going very aggressive with that doll getting rested, drawing 1 card. It's a Gamma Knife, not necessarily good to utilize. We could use leader effect and now swing with the Shura if we wanted to. Shura, an excellent body, right? If you have 6 or less Dawn on your field, you do have that ability to be able to have rush on the Shura. So right now, Shura can swing. Swinging the Reiju, I think it's fine to swing the Reiju right now. Actually, you don't have a lot of counter in hand at all. But with them being able to attack active characters, maybe you just want to swing the Reiju right now and just go for lethal in a sense. Maybe call the bluff and say, okay, I don't know if you have the counter in the hand. But the swing on the Shura is just going to be a Ground Death for plus 2,000 power on the 7,000 power swing to get out of it. And now we could see a pass of the turn. Nothing has rush really in this deck to be able to swing at leader. So especially with 4 swings having to connect with leader, it would have to be the Kyujaku, the Kobe leader and character, and Helmeppo with the 10 Dawn to be able to go ahead and hit lethal with a huge hand size of 7 cards for the Enel. It's not going to be as easy as you think, I feel like, especially because you do at least have a Mamaragon in hand to be able to draw a card. You do have a Vari, I believe, as a little bit of counter. You do have Lightning Beast Kitten as a counter. And so we'll see what this Kobe decides to do. Top decking the doll could just go ahead now and control the board after swinging at that Ohm and drawing one card. We'll see what he decides to do with the rest of this turn. Could maybe play this 3-cost Habari to just go for a little bit of board wipe, right? Being able to attack active characters. You could be able to get rid of everything on the Enel side of the field and just really limit to one swing per turn, maybe finishing off your turn with a doll blocker just to be able to have 2 blockers on the field and ask them for a lot to have. The Habari is coming down onto the field, especially on the on play. Your sword type, is it leader and character or just one? Habari does say that up to one of your sword type leaders or characters on the on play can attack actives on the turn. So we'll see what he decides to utilize. I actually missed what he elected to for it, but the when attacking also elects something to have the ability to attack actives as well. So looks like the Habari elected herself on the on play to be able to attack actives, and then Habari being able on the activate main as well, minusing 1,000 power, is going to make the Reiju a 6,000 power character. So you can spread this Dawn out a little bit, get rid of some of these bodies on the field. You do have a couple swings that you can utilize. Might try to go in with like a 7,000 or 8,000 power swing at the Reiju to be able to knock it out. A lot of times Enel decks don't have a lot of counter for their characters, so a lot of the characters, if you swing either base power or maybe just 1,000 power higher, you'll see like in this situation, right, where there's nothing given up for this Reiju. A lot of the counter event cards like Kitten, like the Vari that we see in hand, only work for Enel cards. So now the swing at the Shura completely clears the board for this Kobe. Might start seeing a little bit of stabilization. He can go in and swing the Kobe over at the life if he wants to for a 7,000 power swing. Maybe is thinking going a little bit farther than that, is thinking 9,000 power. This is going to force 3 cards out of the hand from the Enel if he wants to get out of it, and so does not elect to get out of it. Now going and tapping the 4 Dawn is going to be for a doll. Now it's going to have to be 2 resting effects of things like Mamaragon to be able to get out of the attack, but I think 3 Mamaragons have been utilized as of right now. The 4th one sitting in hand, so I don't think he's actually going to be able to get lethal at this point in the game. Also, Raiden, thank you so much for the follow over on Twitch. So it looks like we've also hit the overtime rules. I think because the Kobe hit first and then it was the Enel's turn, I think there's only 2 turns left in overtime, if my memory is correct on how Japanese overtime rules work, because it's a little bit different than the Western overtime rules. I think there's 2 turns left. It does feel like a situation, though, to where Kobe needs to win on this next turn no matter what, especially being in top deck mode. Just going to be a 5,000 power swing at lead. It's just going to block with the doll. It's going to keep the counter in the hand. Doll being a 1,000 powered character. Well, Elthor really doesn't work, Panda Bear, because of the protection effect. Is thinking about going with the blocker Enel. The blocker Enel would actually be really interesting in this situation because it would make it a lot harder for this Kobe to actually hit lethal. So you might be able to be in a situation where you can win by the overtime rules of having more life because, again, not a lot of things have rush over on the Kobe side. And so we are going to see the blocker Enel come out onto the field, become a blocker immediately. And that's going to be a body that's going to be hard for the Kobe to go around. And so maybe it's a situation as the purple Enel where, okay, because of the overtime rules, hitting leader effect, I believe, as of right now, might try to play a body on field like the pudding to be able to look for some counter. might be a situation where, okay, maybe I don't actually need to try to hit for lethal right now. Maybe I just got to try to outlast in this next turn, finding a 2K counter event in the L Thor. So we see the pass off to the turn. I think this is the final turn for Kobe in overtime. It's going to be really tough, I think, to be able to get around this Enel. The Helmeppo would be able to play a Kobe or something out from the trash, but I don't think that would work because the Enel's sitting at a 10,000 power character. Helmeppo does only play sword type, so you can't play something like the doll either that you just pitched to be able to minus 6,000 power the Enel. What is your win condition here as the... I don't know. Does Kobe have a win condition? He needs to hit 4 times to be able to win according to this board. He does have 4 swings, but that would mean that all of these swings need to hit. And especially when they just searched for a 2K counter event, I don't really like my odds if I'm the Kobe right now. Yeah, I think the biggest thing about this match was not having 3-cost Hibari at the beginning of the game. I think if you had 3-cost Hibari, this game could have gone a lot differently, being able to, remove all the active characters on the Enel side of the board to really punish the amount of swings that he had every single turn. Yeah, I think there's too much counter in the Enel's hand, I think, for this Kobe to be able to win. I don't think swinging 6,000 power is the way to do it. But it looks like he is just going to swing 6,000 power. Could just go a 2K event of Elthor to get out of that. And we see that exactly from the Enel plus 2,000 power onto an Enel card. And so could you, I think, just concedes the game right there. Yeah, just concedes the game, says, you know what? I don't think I'm going to be able to get there. And Enel is going to be advancing into the top 8 of this championship after squeaking away with the win. Definitely a good game, in my opinion. I think we saw a pretty decent showcase of Kobe, but especially not being able to use the Hibari in the early stages of the game. It did help out in the late stages of the game, right? But I think especially going down a little bit faster than probably you wanted to, right? Because I think Kobe is very good, right? When you are able to get those Hibaris out on the field, to be able to control the game at a very early pace, right? Especially in the Enel matchup, being able to remove a lot of the 1 costs that come out onto the field immediately, being able to hit the Reiju right before it becomes a 7,000 power blocker. All of those things, I think, not being able to have that kind of earlier aggression onto the board and that early control-y aspect was kind of the downfall in that matchup. Definitely a good game to watch, though, and good to see Kobe at least in the showcase of the top 16. He would lose by life, Gale, by the way. Oh, this is the corrected top 16 chat. Enel should not be banned legendary. That's, in my opinion, a crazy take. Of course we're watching all the other rounds. Of course we are. Oh. All right, I got to go to this screen real quick. Oops, not top 4. Should be top 8 next. Where is that text? Right here. Should be top 8 next. Chat, I can't show the breaks that they've got on the stream just simply because Bandai asked me not to showcase the breaks of the championship live stream. I'm still watching it, though. So as soon as it pops back up, we'll get back to the stream. If they do any other announcements as well, I will show it on screen. But no announcements as of right now. They're just showing the OP17 commercial that they've done a ton. Yeah, he also, I really wonder how it could have gone if he kept the 4-cost Kobe. But really, like, I mean, if you play the 4-cost Kobe, you're forfeiting the Helmeppo Kobe play, right? And then, I don't know, like, is the Helmeppo Kobe play better than the PRBO2 Kobe play? I don't know. They could reveal the OP17 blue leader. They could, if there is an OP17 blue leader, but they haven't yet. Real quick, chat, I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick and, well, I'll probably actually just get a drink, to be honest, because that went into overtime, so they might go to the round here shortly. I'm going to go get a drink real quick because I need to stay hydrated during these live streams and stuff. I will be right back. Hold on to your butts. I'm going to get a water. Okay. Hello, chat. I got some nice old water. Kobe would have won if he played Nami instead. You know what? True. But shout out to him for making top 16 with Kobe. That's still like super exciting. How much Yamato were in total the tournament percentage-wise? Not very high. It was 1.3%. 1.3% of the tournament was Yamato. If you played 4-cost Kobe, a hard time. Yeah, because he was on the odd curve, so he would have played it on the 7 Dawn turn. If he plays Kobe on this, if he plays the 4-cost Kobe on the 7 Dawn turn, instead of the Helmeppo EBO4 Kobe, then he's not able to play Doll on the 9 Dawn turn to be able to remove the Secret Rare Nell. Well, I mean, he still could play Doll on the 9 Dawn turn, but he can't play, because it's a 9 Dawn turn, he can't play Helmeppo and Doll. He has to choose one or the other. So it's like, I don't know if it was correct to pitch the PRBO2 Kobe, but I think it was definitely not an easy decision. Like, personally, I don't know the Kobe deck well enough to know, like, you know, is it more valuable to play Kujaku or is it more valuable to play Kobe, right? In that situation on the, or I don't know if he had Kobe on that 5 Dawn turn. I think he did. But what are your top 3 decks in the meta? Like My top 3 decks are probably Purple Enel, Mihawk. The third spot is up there. Because I think I would have said Teach, but probably looking at this top 16 cut, like Blue-Green Luffy still looks pretty good. So I would say like Mihawk, Purple Enel, and Blue-Green Luffy. No particular order. I think you can make an argument of Red-Green Luffy for sure. Because Red-Green Luffy's done pretty well. But I don't know, man. Blue-Green Luffy is like 5 spots. It's the most populous deck within this top 16. And I think that says something. But the Kobe also draws him a card, right? The thing that I'm like, both of the plays that he made drew him cards. Because he KO'd a character every single turn. That's a draw of a card. And then when PRBO2 Kobe swings, he draws a card. So I think it's a really hard decision. I wonder if the EBO4 Kobe is just objectively better of a decision to play on the 6th on turn, because one, you populated 2 bodies on the field, but you more than likely will KO a character in some form or fashion every single turn. So he'll draw a card regardless of your hand size. Even if Kobe traditionally goes into like a low hand size, it might just be better. All right, we're back, chat. Yeah, PRBO2 does KO the weenies, though, which is a big deal. So I don't know. Chat, our top 8 looks like it's going to be 4 Enels. So Enel really surged as the top dog. All 4 Enels that made it within the top 16 are advancing into the top 8. You got 2 Blue-Green Luffys, I believe, that have advanced into the top 8. 1 Red-Green Luffy and 1 Nami. So our Kobe, our Yamato falling within the top cut. All the Dracul Mihawks fell. So after Dracul Mihawk got 1st and 2nd on Friday in the Japan Championship, is non-existent within the top 8. That's kind of a big deal, actually. Can Nami break through this top 16 now and win this championship? Because you have a good matchup into Enel. Blue-Green Luffy, unless you're facing Hervoye, you have probably a pretty solid matchup, right? So you're really worried about like her or Red-Green Luffy if you're Nami, right? I think Nami's got a pretty good shot. I don't know the bracket, obviously. I don't know what each player and which deck is facing. But just looking at the sample, doesn't look to be too bad for Nami, which is a little bit of a shame. Because I want to stop playing against Nami. I want Nami. I don't want it to be banned, but I want it to be way less meta relevant. Yeah, like, are you really? Although, what is the Nami versus Blue-Green Luffy matchup, chat? Because I'm convinced, or I shouldn't say I'm convinced. I thought it was a good matchup for Nami, but I keep seeing Hervoye winning and beating like 5 Namis. So is it a good, is Nami favored into Blue-Green Luffy, or is Blue-Green Luffy favored into Nami? Or is it just a 50-50 die roll? Like, can they Giga high roll you and, you know, just absolutely obliterate you by turn 4 or something? Because I feel like the more people that you ask, because I know what sim stats say, but sim stats are sim stats. They say Nami's favored 60-40. But how does Hervoya keep beating 5 Namis in 9 rounds of Swiss at Treasure Cups? The key in the matchups is just swing 7s. That makes a lot of sense. Here we go, chat. We got top 8 in this championship. It looks like it's going to be the Red-Green Luffy. Red-Green Luffy, the kind of revitalized deck, I would say, in this OP16.5 meta, especially with that Straw Hat starter deck, being able to give so much consistency in the deck, little bit of aggression, really enables its leader effect of being able to give 2,000 power for every Dawn tapped on opponent's attack to a Straw Hat Crew leader or character so long as you have 5 active Dawn or less when you start that effect. Makes this a really tanky leader in the late stages of the game, especially when you play a lot of characters that restand Dawn at the end of turn, like Sanji, like Usopp, like 4-cost Nami. He's going to be playing blue-green Luffy, so I'm really curious to see how this matchup goes, right? Especially blue-green Luffy exploding in this tournament as the most populous deck within the top 16. Had a lot of its decks fall heading into the top 8. One of the 2, I believe, blue-green Luffy's left standing within the top 8. It's going to be curious to see this matchup, right? Because especially Luffy can get very aggressive early in the game. Red-Green Luffy can get very tanky in the late stages of the game. So maybe if Red-Green Luffy can keep the board, can really push into the late game in this matchup, might be pretty good for him. Looks like Red-Green Luffy is going first in this, so we'll have the odd curve. Doesn't have a 1-cost stage to start out this game, but does have a couple Nami searchers, so you can have the opportunity to find a couple different pieces in your deck. Especially like that 1-cost stage going, I think it's Thousand Sunny, actually. The Thousand Sunny stage. Also has 7-cost Zoro in hand. 7-cost Zoro, such a good card, right? To be able to give your leader plus 2,000 power through your opponent's turn. Could be very good in this matchup, right? To become a 7K leader before using your leader effect. The 4-cost Nami, going to be great to be able to rest a ton of bodies on the board of a cost of 8 or less. And then that Rush Luffy, going to be very nice as a 9,000 power rusher to control the board. The blue-green Luffy doesn't necessarily have a great starting hand, in my opinion, right? We see no 2-drops in the hand. We don't see a 5-cost buggy to play alongside this Prisoner of Impel Down. This might be a pretty good game for the red-green Luffy, I think, to advance within the top 4. You also see Boa in the hand, right? That 7-cost. You see 6-cost Brook as well. And let's see how this matchup goes, chat. Going to be starting off with that red-green Luffy. Red-green Luffy going to be starting out with that Nami Searcher, right? Looking at the top 5 for a Straw Hat Crew kind of card. Does find that Thousand Sunny like I was talking about, and I think is eyeing up grabbing it. Going to pass on 2 Zoros and a Rush Luffy. I think this is an excellent choice, right? This stage, even though we can't play it right now, going to be playing it at the start of our 3 Dawn turn. It's just going to be so good in this deck to be able to get a Dawn consistently on leader. Blue-green Luffy not top decking a 2-drop, is just going to pass off the turn. Red-green Luffy going to be going in for the races. Going to be starting out with that Thousand Sunny on the on-play. You look at the top 5 cards of the deck for a Straw Hat Crew kind of card, and then when you tap the stage rested, you're going to be able to go ahead and attach a Rested Dawn onto leader. Is thinking about playing the 4-cost Zoro or the 4-cost Usopp within the 5 Dawn turn coming up, and is going to eye up the 4-cost Usopp. I do like this play, right? Usopp at the end of turn is going to be able to restand 2 Dawn every single turn. Now going in with that 1,000 Sunny is going to give Arrested Dawn to the leader. Swing 6,000 power. Is going to see if this blue-green Luffy takes, and he does. Is going to put this card in hand. Going to be a 4-cost Ivankov passing off the turn. We might see the 4-cost Ivankov go in now and be played onto the field, especially because you really need to swarm the board right now. You don't have any 2-drops to be able to play for this Crocodile. This Ivankov might be the little bit of dig that you need to be able to find a Mr. 2, a Mr. 1, or something of the sort to be able to play out onto the field. So is going to be going in with that Ivankov, like I mentioned. Ivankov being able to look at the top 3 for a impel down kind of card. Does find a 2-drop Mr. 2, is maybe eyeing up the Luffy that was in the hand, that 1-cost, but being able with the Ivankov to play down the Mr. 2 onto the field is going to be able to populate the board and draw 1 card on that on play effect. Could go ahead and restand 2 Dawn with your leader effect, even though you don't really have anything to do with the 3 Dawn. It might just be good anyways, especially because if you swing 7,000 power at lead, Luffy can just use his leader effect to tap the 2 active Dawn to get to 9,000 power. Now hitting the 5 Dawn turn, we see a secret rare Luffy in the hand. That might be really nice to play in the next turn, but for now, we're going to be going in potentially with an Usopp. Now, one of the big things that Luffy is going to have to do, especially at this point in the game, is to see how much Dawn they really want to leave open. Usopp's going to be able to restand 2, but do you go ahead after using 1,000 Sunny and just leave 3 up in total? Swinging 6,000 power lead is going to ask for another 2K in the hand. Could give a prisoner right now. You've already got a couple and you don't have a buggy to play it down, so might just go ahead and do that. Is going to go ahead 2K out of that attack. Now the end of turn, going ahead, restanding 2 Dawn is now going to be 3 2,000 counter for each Dawn on the field, so 6,000 in total. It's going to be really nice when the Mr. 2 swings 6,000 power, when the Ivankov maybe swings 5,000 power, and the Luffy leader maybe swinging like a 6,000 power attack. Blue-green Luffy drawing into a Galdino is really thinking about what he wants to utilize now on the 6 Dawn turn. Doesn't really have a great play in my opinion, but is just going to go ahead, use leader effect on that 5,000 power attack to gain 2,000 power. Now going in with the Crocodile is basically just going to reset the Bond Clay to be able to draw another card. Leader effect going in now, restanding 2 Dawn is just going to get a Mr. 3 down onto the field. I forgot his number actually. Mr. 3 gonna be able, if he wants to be able to prevent a 9-cost or less from attacking on the turn until the end of your opponent's next turn, but just holding it onto the field. I really like this hold of the Mr. 3, especially because you might be expecting something like a 6-cost Luffy to come down onto the field, or maybe even a 7-cost Luffy for the rush. You know, Luffy, the red-green Luffy being on the odd curve, so you're going to be able to nullify one of those 2 bodies' attacks onto you within the next turn, right? And you might be able to get an extra 5,000 power swing with the Mr. 3 Galdino. It's not an ideal situation that you're in right now, but you can salvage it, and so is going to be starting out with that secret rare Luffy, restanding for Dawn on the on play. Just can't play a 5 Dawn or higher character onto the field, but decides the Nami instead. The Nami is going to be able to rest 2 8-cost or less characters on the field, so might go in. We could maybe see, I don't think I want to rest the Mr. 3 Galdino. I feel like I maybe want to rest the Bond Clay and the Crocodile. Definitely the Bond Clay for sure, right? Because that's something you can swing the Nami into as a 1,000 power character, right? Even your Nami can force a 2K out of the attack, but goes with Ivankov instead. Is going to go ahead now, swing over at the Bond Clay, 2,000 power at the 1,000 power. See if he gives up any counter for this. Doesn't actually have a lot of counter in hand, right? Just a 2K in the Prisoner and a couple 1Ks in the Brook in the Mr. 3. So you could argue using a 2K or maybe free blocking this just to redirect another attack into it. Especially because the Secret Rare Luffy does not have Rush, and the block is going to be exactly what happens. Now the Thousand Sunny going in for the resting to give a rested Dawn onto the Luffy leader to activate its leader effect on the defensive side. So now is thinking about where he should swing the 6,000 power attack. First starts out with a 5,000 power swing at the Mr. 1, is going to get it and knocked out. And now going in and using the 7,000 power swing at the Ivankov is going to go ahead, claim the knockout. The Nami restanding up to 5 Dawn at the end of turn is going to have so much counter for this Luffy now. That on play of Nami just so good, right? Especially to be able to control this board. Now Luffy going into the 8 Dawn turn. Or I'm sorry, I said Mr. 1 earlier. It's actually Mr. 2. My apologies. So what do you do right now if you're the blue-green Luffy? You could go ahead with a Gravity Blade if you wanted to. Gravity Blade would be able to bottom deck 2 of these characters like the Usopp, like the Luffy, but wouldn't really do anything else for your board after that. You don't really have like other 2 costs to be able to play out onto the field, but is maybe eyeing up Gravity Blade. Gravity Blade is going to be played down onto the field. Bottom decking 2 6 costs or less is going to be that Luffy and Usopp to get it off the field, especially because the Usopp will restand so much Dawn, right? And the double attack so threatening on the Luffy. Might just want to get rid of them right now, but even after using leader effect, right, to be able to restand 2 Dawn. Oops, that was the wrong leader effect that I pushed. Leader effect to be able to restand 2 Dawn. Not going to be able to play out anything onto the field, so swinging 7,000 power, going at the Searcher Nami. So 7,000 power would command 3 Dawn to be able to get rid of this character, and is really just trying to control the board of this Luffy. But leader effect is actually going to be utilized to be able to get out of that attack, tapping 3 Dawn for plus 6,000 power to go to 8. Is maybe going to think about swinging more at this Nami, and is going to do exactly that, I think, with the Mr. 3 Galdino. No, is maybe holding it? Holding it would definitely be... I don't think would be the worst idea in the world, but I don't know if it would be great. And just passes off the turn. Doesn't want to expose it for the potential for the Luffy, or the red-green Luffy, to be able to attack with it, right? Especially with that 7-cost Luffy in the hand, with the 7-cost Zoro that has Rush character. You want to get that activate main value off of the Mr. 3 eventually. So Luffy thinking about searching with the Nami, going to be looking at that top 5 once again, maybe trying to find something along the lines of like another Luffy or Usopp, especially with the on-play effect of the Sanji in hand. You would be able to, at this point in the game, be able to play the Sanji for 5 Dawn, restand 2 based on the effect, and then, go ahead and play the Usopp down onto the field to repopulate with a couple bodies. You wouldn't be able to necessarily get tall with something like the Zoro or the 7-cost Luffy in the hand, but you'd be able to build back up your board and force something like another Gravity Blade to be able to remove everything once again. So attaching 1 Dawn, now swing 7,000 at lead. Does have 1 Dawn up for something like the Let's Go to the Navy headquarters, as you may see in the hand. It's plus 3,000 power to the leader. Could be an easy way to get out of the attack, especially when you're not really populating the board with so many different impel down characters over on the blue-green Luffy side, you're not really thinking of the let's go to the Navy headquarters to be able to go in and restand everything for aggression, but ends up taking the life. Now red-green Luffy going in with the Sanji to on-play restand to Dawn, and now the Usopp to go ahead and tap the 4. Is going to go ahead with the Usopp end of turn to restand 2 Dawn, and the Sanji restanding 1 more to be able to get 3 in total to be able to get plus 6,000 power defensively for a relatively small board for the blue-green Luffy. I think red-green Luffy definitely sitting in the driver's seat of this game, even though such a small hand size, right, of only 4 cards. As long as you can continuously just leave up Dawn every single turn, that's going to give you a high advantage in this game. So it looks like blue-green Luffy thinking about playing the Boa, right? Wants to get a high-power character onto the field to not only just populate the board, but also just get bodies. You did find a Mr. 1 Daz Bone, so you do have the ability to play both those bodies on the field to widen the board yourself. So going ahead with this Boa is going to force the Sanji not to be able to on the on-play effect to turn sideways. Leader effect going off to restand to Dawn. Is thinking about swinging 9,000 power at lead instead of playing the Daz Bones. I don't know if I would do exactly that. 9,000 power, you just go in and maybe tap all 3 of the Dawn, but is just going to block instead, right? Why give up 3 Dawn for the counterattack and instead clearing up the board a little bit, and a pass off the turn goes ahead on the side. Again, not really anything changing for this green, or they're both green, obviously. Red-green Luffy leader does find a Brook as well. Brook might be nice to save for the next turn. You could necessarily go in with the 7-cost Luffy as of right now, right, to not necessarily utilize its on-play effect for, you know, the minus power based on how many Straw Hat Crew cards you have on the field, but you could go ahead just with a rush body to be able to go in and attack in to pressure onto this blue-green Luffy, try to get it some cards out of hand, maybe try to get a counter event out of hand, or maybe a life or 2 down to set up in a future turn a Brook play. Yeah, this is best of 1, Jailson. Thank you, Divine, by the way. The Japanese championships are almost always best of 1. So is going to go ahead with that 7-cost Zoro. Is just going to go ahead and make his leader a 7,000 power leader. Now using the 1,000 Sunny to use 1 Dawn. One of the active that is left on the 10 Dawn turn. Now swinging 9,000 power over at lead. The 9,000 power at lead might just actually leave the Usopp standing. Just kind of see how he reacts off of this attack, but looks like going to be using potentially the counter event. Could go ahead and utilize the Let's Go to the Navy headquarters, as well as one of the 2Ks in hand of the Mr. 3 or the Prisoner of Impel down to get out of the attack and go to 10, but is going to use that Navy HQ, as we mentioned, and a Prisoner to go up to 10,000 power. Now using the end of turn of the different characters on field of the Usopp and also the Sanji, leaves 5 Dawn open and 10,000 counter every single turn for this Luffy. And this is exactly where Luffy kind of wants to be right now, right? You want to have this extra tanky presence. You're still sitting at 4 life, by the way, so the blue-green Luffy not necessarily has done too much to you. If they go ahead and Brook, if they go ahead and Dead Man's Game, okay, you still have a fair amount of Dawn open on the field right now to be able to use for counter, especially because you are a 7,000 power leader right now defensively because of that 7-cost Zoro. Going to be such a good position right now for the red-green Luffy. Whew. So blue-green Luffy right now, what is he thinking about playing? Think about playing Buggy. Buggy would be able to swarm out the board just a little bit, especially because you do have a prisoner in hand, but it's a valuable 2K in your hand because even though, you know, this red green Luffy has kind of been a little bit passive trying to play a bit of the of the late game, right? That late game slowness is not necessarily going to last forever, so is going to go with the boa to say, okay, that Zoro cannot swing on this next turn. Go ahead, restand 2 Dawn with your Luffy leader effect. And now going ahead and tapping 4 Dawn, it looks like 4... Or wait, no, would have 5? Yeah, would have 5 Dawn in total. My apologies, I did the math wrong in my head. We'll see if he plays the buggy, so... But first, utilizes the activate main of the Mr. 3 to be able to draw 2 cards and say another body cannot attack. I think more than likely choosing the Zoro. And now going in with the buggy play is going to draw 1 card and play a Prisoner of Impel down and be able to get that blocker out onto the field. I think just clarifying real quick which character he chose, both players acknowledging the Sanji. Always good to, you know, have a clear presence on board state. Yeah, I think just continuously playing the 7-cost Zoros is a pretty solid strategy right now. The red-green Luffy not plus 2,000 power anymore, Chad, just to clarify a little bit of the board state. Is back down to a 5,000 power leader. I would agree. I think maybe going in with the Zoro is probably your best idea right now. Is maybe thinking about going 4-cost Nami instead. Going in with the 4-cost Nami down onto the field would go ahead and rest 2 8-costs or less. May just go ahead and rest the Prisoner and the Croc. Get the 2 blockers out of the way. You could also see the 2 boas maybe get rested. But no, ends up going for the blockers instead. Thousand Sunny now giving a Dawn onto the leader. Is thinking about attaching 3 more Dawn to swing another 9. So just going multiple turns of 9,000 power over at lead with no blockers in the face of the blue-green Luffy is going to go ahead and take the first life. I know you're strong, so I'll go all out from the very start. Going ahead and tapping is going to keep 2 rested 7 costs or less as rested on the field through the next refresh phase, meaning that this Crocodile not going to be a blocker in the next turn. The Prisoner not going to be a blocker within the next turn. Is going to make it a little bit easier to maybe hit for lethal in this next turn. Especially with that 7-cost Luffy in the hand, right? Being able to be a 9,000 power rush character. Did restand a couple Dawn as well off of the Usopp and the Sanji. Two unblockable boas now onto the field. The Nami is not necessarily a relatively strong blocker in the face of the boas. I don't think that's the biggest reason, if you're wondering why he played it, that he did that. He used the Nami to be able to just freeze these blockers on the field primarily, right? Nami can be a good blocker against the buggy, can be a good blocker against the leader. The boas, not necessarily worried about as much. So using leader effect to get out of that first boa attack to get up to 11,000 power is going to go now with a Mr. 3 to go ahead once again to freeze the Zoro, draw 2 cards, and blue-green Luffy, despite all things considered, has a lot of cards in hand, even though still sitting at 1 life. Using leader effect to restand to Dawn. Might go ahead, try to play another character out onto the field right now. Definitely going to be swinging maybe with the buggy and the boa. Think about attaching 3 Dawn onto the boa or the buggy to swing 9 or 10. But Maybe we'll keep Buggy as active and just swing with Leader instead. Is going to be a block from the 9,000 power Leader swing. Does need to swing 9,000 power with the Buggy to be able to force a card out of the hand on the attack because of the 2 Dawn that are left active. Red Green Luffy more than likely taking a life in this turn. Is going to go ahead with the 9,000 power swing. Just try to see what happens. Ended up taking the life there. And so I was thinking about using the rest of the Dawn to swing with the Buggy. I think you got to leave 1 Dawn open for the Dead Man's Game, because there's a very real chance that they just go all in, but ends up going with the 10,000 power swing. Goes ahead and puts it in hand, passes off the turn. A lot of counter in hand, but not too high of swings for the Luffy right now. You do have another I Know You're Strong to be able to keep these blockers rested in the Crocodile and also the Prisoner, although I think Crocodile has left the field. You could just go ahead with another Zoro and I Know You're Strong play as of right now. And I think that's exactly what he's going for, Zoro, to make him a 7,000 power leader. But now electing for the Rush character might actually swing at the Prisoner of Impel Down right now. Going in with the Rush character actually swings at the Buggy, and I like swinging at the Buggy a little bit more, right? Because he gives the activate main to make the Prisoner a blocker. So if you get rid of the Buggy, forces him to play another one down onto the field. So using the 1,000 Sunny to attach a Dawn, now swing 7 with the Sanji over at lead. Is going to have to force 2 cards out of hand from this Luffy. Is going to be a 2K, 1K of the Prisoner, and also the Mr. 1 Daz Bones. Can't swing with the other 7-cost Zoro, but is going to go with an 8,000 power swing with Leader. You could go in with an I Know You're Strong still on this turn, to be able to rest 2 of these bodies on the field. And it looks like on the 2K will more than likely get out of the attack. The 5,000 power swing now with Usopp is just going to force 1 more card out of hand. He's thinking about getting rid of the Buggy. Does have access to another Buggy and Prisoner combo. I think you got to keep the Brook. I think the Brook is just a little too valuable right now, but ends up getting rid of it anyways, right? Brook being able to restand one of these characters. Now the I Know You're Strong coming in is going to go ahead and freeze 2 7 costs. I think opting for the 2 boas and a pass off the turn. Going into Blue-Green Luffy's turn. A very, very intimidating board for the Red-Green Luffy. I think has more than likely got this game locked down on the win. Especially with Blue-Green Luffy only having 2 swings available to him right now. Needs 3 to be able to win this game on this turn. More than likely not going to be able to survive on the clapback, but could go ahead with more of these stunning effects that he's got going on with these Mr. 3s. Using leader effect as well to be able to restand tune on after the on play is going to go ahead and stun one of these 7-cost Zoros and draw 2 cards. For the 3rd turn in a row, I believe. Didn't really find too much that I think you're dying to have right now. I think drawing into a Prisoner and also a 1-cost Luffy. Still has 8 Dawn left to work with. Could go ahead with the Buggy. If he goes Buggy and plays another Prisoner, it's another 2K out of hand. But you could actually opt to play the Buggy down and not play a Prisoner. It feels kind of bad, but you would be able to keep an extra 2K in the hand. A 7,000 power swing is just one Dawn on leader effect to be able to get out of the attack for the red-green Luffy. So the 7,000 power not necessarily doing anything. I think maybe swinging at Usopp actually right now. Because that 2 Dawn would be 8,000 power. And so it's just going to go ahead with the buggy play, it looks like. About 3.5 minutes left in this game, but I think this game not for long left. Is going to go ahead with that buggy and prisoner combo. So he's going to say that he'll have at least one blocker on the field. And if our Luffy player ends up playing something like a 6-cost Brook, right, that we know is in the hand, now the buggy has 2 different options to be able to make one of them a blocker. What you could... I was going to say maybe what you could do right now is go 9,000 power with the active Zoro that can swing. But I think it's just going to start out with 7,000 power at lead. Going to see if the buggy will utilize their on opponent's attack effect. I don't think did. But on the 7,000 power is going to go 2k, 1k to get out of the attack of the prisoner and the 1-cost Luffy. So he swung 7,000 power right there. Couple cards in hand. 5,000 power now swing at lead. Still not using this buggy effect. Maybe wants to save it for the last second in case of something like a Brook is just going to counter out as much as possible. Is going to go with a 2K of the prisoner. You might have an opportunity for lethal in combination with the Brook if you tap the Dawn. Right? Because if you use 6-cost Brook, you tap the Dawn. Now you have 3 Dawn left to work with. You could swing 8, 9, 9. And force out of the 3-card hand, countering out twice of the attacks, which I think is, I mean, it's 2Ks. He's giving you a lot of prisoners up to this point. I feel like Brook is actually a really good play right now. I mean, we obviously know what is in the Luffy's hand, so we have that luxury, but Brook is going to be the play that is made. Is going to go ahead, tap the Dawn. Only 4 Dawn actually to work with, so it's actually 999, but it's actually 10 with the 1,000 Sunny. I forgot about the 1,000 Sunny. Giving a rested Dawn onto the Luffy is just going to swing 6 to start out. 6,000 power is really interesting. I think he's trying to maybe... What is he trying to do right now? It's just a 2K out of it. Is going to go ahead now with the Sanji. The Sanji from the old starter decks, right, is going to be able to make a character unblockable. Now the 11,000 power swing going in unblockable is going to go ahead and take the life. Brook now using its activate main to be able to restand an 8-cost or less character. 11,000 power swing, and red-green Luffy is going to be the winner. I personally completely forgot about the Sanji. So that makes actually a lot of sense why you would do that. And red-green Luffy going to be moving into the top 4 of this championship. Why was nothing rested? What are you talking about in this lobby? He rested a Dawn. Yeah, he rested the active Dawn from Brook. It was quick. I mean, the opponent kind of knew it too. Whew. That was a good game. Now, it's interesting that the blue-green Luffy kind of had a little bit of a slower game, but yeah, Brook is a huge endgame card. Brook is so good. Just being able to rest any card. It can be a Dawn, it could be a character, it could be leader, it could be stage. W Mexican Luffy. Viva la Mexico! as some would say. Pretty good game. Pretty good game in my opinion. Ooh. Is this the Flame Fruit? That logo looks like it is. October 3rd through 4th. Let's see. Let's see how my trusty handy dandy English translate is. Yeah, this is the Flame Fruit information. It'll be held on October 3rd through the 4th. So that's going to be good to know. So if they stream it, chat, I'll showcase it. As always. Mexico mentioned, yeah. The One Piece TCG community, Jay, calls the red-green Luffy leader Mexican Luffy. Ooh, is this a new set of the... Oh, this is a Dawn card, chat. There's going to be a Dawn card. 4th anniversary Dawn card of these, like, archive figure series Luffys. Oh, we plan to sell this product outside of Japan with some modifications of the specifications. So this is more than likely coming to English, chat. And this Luffy in the archives is specifically a Dawn. He's got a Dawn right on his belly button. That's low-key kind of funny. That's kind of really funny. This is going to be at the Flame Fruit event, I think. If I'm understanding this correctly. Because this is the same dates of the Flame Fruit, October 3rd and 4th. So that's pretty cool. I think that's a cool Dawn. Let's see if they go back to commercials, chat. I think they're about to. Oh, they are! All right, real quick, chat. I got to go to the bathroom. So I will be right back. And I'm also going to get more water because, like, I just need more water, chat. I am so thirsty. I am so thirsty. Also, Tollboz and Woo Dash, thank you so much for the follows over on Twitch. Appreciate you. I'll be right back. I'm also going to play some ads right now so then you guys don't get ads during the games. Top 4 should be starting soon, so I'll be right back, chat. Okay, they're showing top 4. It's 2 Anels, 1 red-green Luffy, and 1 Nami. So, there's a chance that Anel makes it to the finals yet again. Top 4, 2 Anels, 1 red-green Luffy, and 1 Nami. So both of the blue-green Luffys lost in top 8. Chad, thank you so much for hanging out with me today. We've got our top 4 round. It looks like it is going to be Purple Anel. We'll see who he's facing in this matchup. It's either going to be Nami or red-green Luffy. I could see them showing either or, and it looks like it's going to be Nami. So this is a matchup that everybody saw in OP15. Nami being heralded as one of the best decks in that format and one of the best decks in the OP16 format. One of the reasons being its great matchup into Purple Anel, who's got the Stussy Peach Momoko sleeves. Beautiful, in my opinion. Especially Nami being able every single turn to become a 7,000 power leader really makes it hard for Purple Anel to be able to swing into the Nami. If they reveal anything, it would be after this round. I want red-green Luffy to win too. And this Nami is running a little bit of an interesting list. We've seen this from time to time, but Namul is in the hand at a couple copies, especially because Namul does have that ability to be able to place or draw 2 cards and then place 2 cards either at the top or bottom of your deck in any order. Gives it a little bit of stability while also having that 4,000 power blocker on the field. The Anel does have a 1-drop searcher in the pudding to be able to start out this game. Does have a 6-drop as well to be able to populate onto the board and get in with some big 10,000 power swings. But no Varis to be able to combat against stuff like the 4-cost Perona. Definitely very interesting on both sides. The Nami's hand could turn around pretty quickly just based on whatever the Namuls draw it. But definitely going to be curious. We'll see how this goes, Chad. Can Purple Anel overthrow the Nami? And we'll move on into the 1-Dawn turn. Looks like Nami ends up going first in this one. Does go ahead and pass off the turn. The Anel does have another 1-drop play in the Shura that he can utilize if he wants. But first, starts out with the Pudding. The Pudding looking around for an event. Does find 2 of them, either Divine Departure or Lightning Beast Kitten. Is going to go ahead, bottom deck of Frankie. That side of the table is cursed. Ends up going with Divine Departure, right? A great counter event, but also on that main being able to minus 8,000 power on a character. Very nice. And holds off on the Shura. Doesn't want to play the Shura out onto the field as of yet, especially because Nami will be a 7K leader. Not going to be able to utilize it too much, but the 8,000 power swing now going at lead is going to be a Mamaragon to get out of the attack and an immediate Divine Departure to be able to go to 9,000 power. Wants to hold the life as long as possible within this game. You'd imagine that both players have practiced this matchup very much heading into it. I think the table is shaking just slightly. Is going to start out with the 7,000 power swing over at lead, especially the 7,000 power swing. Going to be nice within this matchup, right? Because it is going to force Nami to use a leader effect and give another card out of hand if they want to counter out of an attack, especially as a top deck of Kumasi in the last turn. Not much going on for this Nami right now, so might be a situation where maybe you put the Perona in the trash to be able to get out of the attack and then maybe hope that it triggers out onto the field from one of your Thriller Bark triggers as of later. So is using leader effect and a 1K to get out of the attack, getting Namul and Perona into the trash. And now Satori coming out onto the field. Satori being able to draw 1 card with its on-play effect, probably a little bit better to utilize than Shura. Now, the Ohm coming in as well to be able to get that on play is going to go ahead to draw another card. Leader Effect coming in to be able to now attach Fordon rested onto the Pudding. Is going to get one more as active to be able to swing another 7,000 power if he wants to, and is going to go ahead and do exactly that. Looking decent for the Nell, but still has a long way to go. Both players holding on to their life a ton right now. So now on the 5 Dawn turn, doesn't really have a play outside of Namul right now, but we see Silver's Rayleigh. Silver's Rayleigh, a great card within the deck, right, to be able to KO a 7,000 power or less body if your opponent is sitting at 3 or less life. Not applicable in this situation, right? Not only because we're not at 6 Dawn, but because Anel's still sitting at 5 life. But starts out with the 7,000 power swing at lead, is more than likely playing that Namul onto the field after this, but with 7,000 power is going to have to command like another Mamaragon and a counter event or something of the sort to be able to get out of the attack. And we might see that from the Lightning Beast Kitten here. Whew. A lot of yap in chat for 3 in the morning. Also, Prince, I hope you're doing well. Mamaragon going to be the option to be able to draw 1 card and plus 1,000 power. Lightning Beast Kitten getting him to 8,000 power. It's going to get him out of the attack for the turn and move on to Nami's Namul. The draw 3 in top and bottom deck too is something that you can really utilize to be able to either set yourself up in future turns to be able to find good cards, or maybe get rid of cards you don't think you need within the game. Maybe thinking about keeping the Gecko, or actually putting away the Gecko and the Mr. 3. We'll see if they put him at the top or the bottom, and I think the top is going to be a fine option, and I think that was it, just passing off the turn now onto the Enel. The Pudding actually stayed alive in the game, and I think especially as Nami, right, when the Enel player plays out so many different 1-drops, right, they're not really going to be able to swing with a bunch of different 1-drops in a single turn, right? It's going to be one of them at most. And so now you go in and you use the Secret Rare Nell. It's just going to be chaining these Secret Rare Nells, I believe, right? Finding one off of that search and putting it into the hand. Does have to also pitch 1 card in the hand on the attack. Is going to maybe think about getting rid of the Lightning Dragon, but gets rid of the Shura instead, especially because the plethora of 1-drops that you have right now, maybe you don't really need Shura at this point. Leader Effect coming in and attaching Dawn onto the Satori is going to be a 7,000 power swing at lead now to go ahead and look at the top 2 cards. I would have maybe loved a 5,000 power swing at lead to be able to get a card out of hand, and then maybe going 7,000 power at lead. But I guess maybe 7,000 power at lead is the same regardless, right? And since Leader Effect wasn't used, now going in with the 5,000 power at lead, because they ended up taking the life and not using Leader Effect, is still going to be a card out of hand no matter what on Nami's Leader Effect. And so is going to use that Rayleigh that we got off of the life, right? Since we couldn't trigger it, because again, the Enel is sitting at 5 life currently. The Mr. 3 that we knew was on the top. Yeah, the 5 swing probably just better to swing at a body that comes down, maybe at like Perona or Hogback. That's a good point. Is going to attach 3 Dawn to swing 8,000 power at lead. Finally, Enel taking that first life and Nami's Leader Effect activating, right? Because they had 7 or less cards in hand, is going to go ahead, draw 1 card. Still has 4 Dawn left open, so does have a couple different opportunities. You could play the Perona down on the field to be able to stun the Enel since it didn't get boosted by Vari, but Mr. 3 is going to be the option. Is going to go ahead and pop that Mr. 3 immediately to be able to draw 2 cards. Finds 2 bricks in Zoro and Teach, but going to be good bodies to be able to utilize within this game, especially if you can get that Zoro in the discard pile to work on an 8-cost Gecko trigger. Now the NL going back into his turn is going to go ahead and tap the 6 for that secret rare that we saw him grab off of the search last turn. Going into this next turn, finds 2 Elthors, a Gamma Knife, a Satori, and an Ohm. Looks like the Elthor is going to be the option. I really like the option right now on the Elthor, especially with the Namul in the face, right? Namul is only a 2,000 power character, so you can go ahead and utilize Elthor to be able to pop the Namul and not allow him to get any value on the attack in this defensive side of the turn. Is thinking about going ahead and just cycling with the Lightning Dragon, and is going to do exactly that. Not necessarily stunning a 6,000 power or less character, but, or no, I'm sorry, pitching off of the Enel. I forgot we hadn't done that yet. Is going to pitch off of the Enel and then immediately use leader effect. Got to remember that your leader is active, right? You can swing with that leader if you want. And now go ahead and swing 7,000 power at lead. Is going to look at the top 2 cards on that when attacking of the Satori. Looks like it's going to be a secret rare Enel and a pudding. So might actually not keep the secret rare Enel. I was thinking about putting the Enel at the bottom of the deck, especially now that we have the Reiju in our hand. Reiju might be nice to play next turn to be a dependable 7,000 power body, but no, leaves it on the top of the deck. Five cards in the hand for the Enel players. 6 in hand for Nami. Does have some Thriller Bark access to him if he wants to be able to trigger a body out onto the field. Then has to think about what card maybe he wants to get rid of on the swing. But he's just going to block with the Namul. Interesting on the block right there, and just countering out with leader effect, I believe, on that Perona. Does not swing with the Enel. Or Enel actually couldn't swing because of the Mr. 3. So now going in with the 6,000 power swing over at lead for the Nami. Is going to force a 2K out of the hand. Does have that alternate Elthor in the hand. The Elthor from the Binder collection is going to go ahead and use that right then and there for plus 2,000 power. Especially because the Namul was given up. 8 cost each being utilized to be able to look at that top 3 and put a card into the life. We see the 8 cost Gecko, Perona, and Kumasi. So 3 Thriller Bark triggers. Is going to go for that 8 cost Gecko, especially because your leader effect can get that 4 cost Zoro in the trash. Might just be an easy card to pitch for the leader effect to be able to then trigger out with the 8 cost Gecko. Go ahead and heal 1. And be able to stay at the same amount of life. You do have the opportunity now to swing with these 6 cost Enels. But you do present the opportunity now with the 8 cost Gecko to be able to play the Perona out on the field and stun one of these Enels. Voice cracks are fine. It doesn't matter too much. Doesn't bother me that much. 6 cost Enel coming onto the field now for the Enel. Just going to chain these guys out. Is going to once again just look through the top 5. Only 4 of them can be played in the deck. 3 of them out on the field. Is going to pass up on the Reiju in the hand, but finds another Reiju on the search. Looks like Elthor was the option there. I believe it was Elthor. Elthor and Mamaragon look very similar. I think that was Elthor. Is thinking about using some events, but does have to pitch 1 card in hand first. Might be thinking about the Lightning Dragon yet again. Especially when this Teach turns sideways. Might be trying to save the Gamma Knife to be able to get rid of that 8 cost Teach. Now the when attacking of the Satori goes in and looks. Does look at that top 2. Finds Mamaragon and Lightning Dragon. Is putting Lightning Dragon on the top of the deck. You could be in a situation to maybe you Gamma Knife and then go in with a Lightning Dragon to freeze the Teach. But now Leader Effect activating is going to go ahead, get 4 Rested Dawn onto the Ohm. The 5th one is going to be a 7,000 power swing over at lead. Minusing the Teach now. Minus 1,000 power. Not necessarily super relevant, but is something to think about. And we'll see if this Nami reveals the 8-cost Gecko in the life so early. Right? Especially with 2 different Anels that have the ability to attack. And also a leader being able to nab a card out of hand. What's the order that you do this? You could go ahead and go Leader Effect Rayleigh to be able to get out of the attack and maybe get the 4-cost Zoro in the trash. It's kind of a battle of the hand for both players. Nami only working with 5 cards in hand. The Anel only working with 4. This Nami squeaking in as the 16th player in this top 16 cut after the Swiss rounds. The purple Anel being 4th overall is going to go ahead and trigger that 8-cost Gecko. That 8-cost Gecko going in and playing the Mr. 3. An interesting choice to be able to get him out onto the field. It's any 4-cost or less from your trash that you can play out. The Mr. 3 just going to be another one of these stun effects that maybe the Nami player utilizes within the next turn. Vari now boosting up the cost of one of the Anels. Now with the Vari making one of the Anels an 8-cost, you can go ahead, swing with the 6-cost Anel, and a potential Perona trigger is not going to be able to stop this 8-cost Anel from swinging, since Perona only deals with base cost. So is going to go ahead, use Leader Effect, but still take the life, right? Just in case of another 8-cost Gecko trigger. It's going to be 5-cost Borsalino. Going ahead, taking the life, going down to 1 already. Is thinking about just passing off the turn after that and is going to give it off to the Nami. So the Nami going down to 1 life so fast in that turn after being at 4. Took 3 swings to the dome. Remember, Attached On does still need to stay onto your characters through your opponent's turn. Starting out with a potential 5,000 power swing at lead, is hoping that he doesn't have a Mamaragon in hand. Wonder if he's thinking about, and it interesting right now, has the Katarina Devon in this Nami deck. If you see that in the hand. 5,000 power swing going at the Ohm. I like getting rid of the Ohm, right? The power minusing is definitely a threat to you. 7,000 power now going in at lead. Is going to ignore this Satori. Start chipping away at the life. Is going to take a no trigger to go to 3. Nami's Leader Effect procking. To draw a card is going to be another 8-cost Gecko. 10,000 power swing now at Teach going at lead. Is going to go ahead, take the life, go to 2. And Namul coming in. Namul is not going to be an 8-cost Gecko. He's just going to go ahead, draw 2, and top or bottom deck 2. Got a lot of 8-cost Geckos in there. Running multiple copies of Katarina Devon. Katarina Devon, if you do not know, on the trigger, draws a card and plays a Blackbeard Pirate of a cost of 1 or less onto the field. So curious if they have 1-cost Blackbeard Pirates, maybe just using it for the activate main, in case they have to play it on the field. But Borsalino going into a double blocker strategy. This doesn't feel incredible as Nami, in my opinion. Definitely got to activate the Mr. 3 trigger to be able to draw 2 cards. Goes ahead for Gecko and Borsalino, passing off the turn. Now makes it to where if he wants to get rid of the Marshall D. Teach, he's going to need Gamma Knife, Kitten, and L Thor. All three of those to be able to get rid of the Teach unless he wants to swing a couple times at it. I know that Devin is a 2K. But are there better 2Ks we could have played? Now going in with that Gamma Knife to minus 6,000 power the Teach, as I was mentioning. Still has 4 Dawn left over and a leader effect to be able to utilize. But now going in with the 5,000 power swing over at the 4,000 power Teach. It's going to have to command a 2K out of hand from this Nami to be able to get out of the attack. You could free block on the Borsalino. Misplay, you think? What do you think the misplay is, Mike? He didn't seem like overly happy about it. So I'm not going to sit here and say you're wrong, but just what is the misplay? No, Teach should be at 4K because... Or wait, is Gamma Knife minus 5 or minus 6? Oh, I'm sorry. Gamma Knife is minus 5. I should know this. The Gamma Knife being minus 5,000 power is going to make Teach a 5,000 power character for a 5-on-5 violence between the leader and the Teach. Is going to go ahead and free block off of the Borsalino. After counting up the 2 dragons in the trash, maybe taking account of how many the Anel player had, is going to go ahead with the Reiju to play it out onto the field and immediately use leader effect, getting those rested Dawn onto the Satori. Might go in now with the 7,000 power swing at lead over at the Teach. Satori now swinging 7 over at what I assume is the 5. I think you need to announce the attack and its direction before going in and looking at the top 2 of the when attacking effect. Is just going to leave those cards at the top of the deck. I think we should know what one of the cards are. Is going to collect the knockout right there on the Teach. Does have another Lightning Dragon in hand, so is going to be able to freeze the Borsalino if he wants to, but goes ahead and swings with one of these 10,000 power Teaches, or I'm sorry, Anels. 10,000 power Anel swing is going to go ahead, more than likely, take the life for this Nami. Is going to be an 8-cost Gecko. The 8-cost Gecko playing out the Zoro on the field. The Zoro is going to be able to heal life, but not at the cost of one of the cards in hand for the Nami. And so going ahead and pitching the Nico Robin is going to go ahead and heal one. Now can swing the other Anel if he wants to without having it worried to be stunned or anything of the sort right now. Would just be a block from the Namul, if anything. Maybe thinking about utilizing the El Thor to boost up power on the Anel. Oh, the misplay on the Namul sequencing, the Namul into the geckos and Zoros and all that stuff. Oh, that makes a ton of sense. Yes. Yeah. That is kind of, that it does kind of stink, but still gets a Kumasi trigger off of that life off the Zoro to get the Hog back on field. There's going to be a Lightning Dragon to be able to rest or keep one of these bodies as rested, choosing the Borsalino, I believe. And now passing off the turn. Interesting. Yeah, I didn't think about the Namul working out so well in those situations. That's pretty curious, Namul into Borsalino. Now that makes a lot of sense why people are playing it. The Hogback swing starts out 5,000 power over maybe 5,000 power. Still 8.5 minutes in this game. A lot of cards in the hand for the Nami now. Still only 4 for the purple Anel. The Nami feels like they're pretty close, but also the Anel feels like they're very close. I think Namul just might be better because you cycle your hand. If I had to say guess between that and Duval. A 5,000 power swing. Looking at lead, I believe. He's got double Borsalino in hand, right, to be able to heal 2 if he wants to at the cost of not attaching a Dawn onto his leader. Could just go a 1K on the pudding. Is just going to counter out 1K on the pudding to be able to get out of the 5,000 power attack on the Hogback. And Borsalino comes in. Borsalino being able to heal 1. Could just play a second one with the rest of this 5 Dawn. Or could go ahead and attach it and swing bigger numbers with the Nami and Zoro. Is thinking about swinging bigger numbers for 7,000 power. I like getting a little bit more aggressive and swinging at lead. Now Nami's effect, leader effect going off because ended up taking that 7,000 power swing at life. Now the 7,000 power swing over at lead makes it so the Reiju can't free block. Still 2 Dawn left remaining. Might go in with Hiyori into Gecko. Gross. Especially if this life is unknown off of the Borsalino. Is going to go ahead and block and 1K out of the attack with the Shura, keeping the Mamorangon close. Now going in with the Hiyori. The Hiyori going to be able to take that top life to be able to switch it with something else in the hand. I think it's got to be 8-cost Gecko. Is going to be a Rayleigh, though. Rayleigh would be able to get rid of a 7,000 base character, so could get rid of the Reiju if he wanted to make it to where the blocker that the Enel has is gone. Yeah, look pretty solid for the Enel for the most part. But I think just the more time that you give Nami, the worse it is. Dang, Nami going to be walking into the finals, maybe. It's all going to be about if the Red-Green Luffy can beat the Purple Enel. So 4 Dawn looking to be attached to the leader. 9,000 power over at lead. Maybe just be trying to swing in at lethal now. You do have a fair amount of Dawn minusing effects. You also have the opportunity to, after this 9,000 power swing, you could kitten Mamorangon the Borsalino to be able to remove the blocker. But just so much counter in the hand for the Nami player right now. 3 2Ks, 2 more 1Ks, and one of the 2 dead cards that you have in the hand can just be used for leader effect. Who do you think's coming out of the Red-Green Enel match? I think it's really tough. I feel like Purple Enel, to be honest. He wants to guarantee that he can get rid of the Reiju. That's why he didn't put the Gecko in. That's why he put Rayleigh in. And there we see the block on the Borsalino, not giving him any value off of something like the Mamorangon. Is forcing him to go all in at this point. So the swing from the Enel of 10,000 power. You want this Rayleigh trigger, yeah, before the Reiju swing. So going ahead and getting rid of that Reiju, right? Getting rid of a 7,000 base power or less character if your opponent's at 3 or less life is going to make it now. So he only has 3 swings left to be able to win this game. And one of them is Satori. The Vari is going to be able to minus a little bit of Dawn and be able to +2 cost onto one of these characters. There's my Vari button. Looks like it's going to be one of the Enels. Swings this 6 cost Enel just in case of maybe like a Thriller Bark trigger or something of the sort. especially at the end of the game. Enel splits, not very good most of the time, and Leader Effect comes in. Leader Effect is going to 2K to 11,000 power on the 10,000 power swing. So maybe he's thinking about Gum Gum Lightning? Lightning Dragon thinking is going to go ahead and stun one of these bodies. I think you got to stun the Borsalino, if any of them, but cycling a card out of hand. Shura not going to help you with a 7,000. He's going to go with the Hogback. Maybe say if you want to win the game, you got to swing with your blockers. We could see Gum Gum Lightning. Gum Gum Lightning is going to come in to KO a 6,000 power character or less. Now going in with the Borsalino. Leader Effect restanding some Dawn. Getting the rested Dawn onto the Satori. Is going to go ahead with the 7,000 power swing yet again off the Satori. The Satori is putting in a ton of work right now. Just leave the cards on top. Is going to go with the 2K on the encounter arena. Devon on the attack. Now going in, swinging at the Zoro is going to clear that Zoro. Nullify the amount of swings that Nami is going to have in the next turn. Is going to try to just hit for lethal in the next turn, maybe. And I like saving the Kitten and the Mamaragon on this situation, because if there's another Borsalino heal, right, you're going to be able to do that combo, like I said at the beginning of the turn, to be able to rest that. Oh, this is such a close game right now, I think. This Enel is so close to winning this. It's more than likely that this Nami is not going to be able to get lethal, especially because Hiyori is 0 power, right? Takes a lot of investment. Your best swing with Hiyori would be like 7-8, which is terrible. So as your Nami, what is the best route to be able to extend another turn in this game? I don't think I would mind swinging 7 here. And now we've officially hit overtime. The Nami went first, so I believe that there are 3 turns left in this game. I think. This being the first of the 3 turns. So now going 6,000 power over at lead. If you know you have Mamaragon on the top of the deck, right? So you know you have an extra 1,000 power. Is going to go ahead and take it. It is a Gamma Knife. That's not a counter card. But if you know off of Mamaragon that you'll find another Mamaragon and you have Kitten in hand, if he goes in with the 9,000 power swing, you know you have enough counter with the Shura. Nami does have a Perona in trash. They could just set up either 8-cost Gecko to get a Perona on the field, stun one of these Enels, like getting Kumasi in life, and 8-cost Gecko is going to be the play. Going to put Kumasi in life for that Perona and pass off the turn. Ovari was at the top of the deck. I thought it was Mamaragon for some reason. Vari is going to be nice because you can boost up your Enels, but I think, especially with the Kumasi in your face, one of your Enels is not going to be able to swing. And so a 10,000 power swing at lead is just going to swing a bunch of 10s to start out this one. Kumasi is going to be the trigger. Kumasi going in and playing more than likely Perona to stun one of these bodies is going to say that one of these 6-cost Enels cannot attack till the end of the opponent's next turn. Vari is going to be able to boost one of the other Unels to be able to make it an 8 cost. So now you can swing in 10,000 power with this last 6 cost Unel. And there's no way that they can touch that Unel. Now, you got to hope that there's no, like, Rayleigh trigger or something like that. Or actually, no, that wouldn't even work. You can go in, forget the Satori. You just need to hit twice in this game to be able to win. You could maybe, if with your minusing, you could go... You could attach one Dawn onto the 6 cost Enel. You could then Dawn minus a couple times with the Mamaragon, with the Lightning Beast Kitten for 3 Dawn. Use leader effect. And swing like 12, 13? Moria Last Life would be insane. I think he's taking stock of how many Morias there are. And it looks like 11 is going to be the number. 11 being the number is going to go ahead, take the life. No trigger, it's a Robin. The 2,000 power swing off of these Satori is just going to look at the top 2 cards to see if it's going to be any more Dawn minusing that we can utilize to be able to get more Dawn onto this Enel. Lightning Beast Kitten is going to be the Dawn minus 2 Dawn into the Dawn deck. Now going in with Mamaragon is going to be another 2 Dawn into the Dawn deck for 4 in total. Could go ahead with another Mamaragon to be able to go ahead and get all 6 Dawn into the Dawn deck. And now drawing another card is going to go ahead and use leader effect to be able to get 1 active, 4 rested. Getting the active onto the Enel is going to be 15,000 power lead. Nami can't get out of it, and Enel is going to make it into the championship final out of a bad matchup. Wow. Good stuff by the Enel to be able to get out of that game. Did a great job playing around the different triggers, right, of Nami, being able to get all those thriller barks, right, to be able to stun Enel so many different times. And that's exactly what you want to do in that matchup. Swinging 7,000 power a lot, really prioritizing the Satori to be able to dig for these necessary cards that you need to see in that matchup specifically, and it paid off for him. He's going to be moving into the finals. Not sure who he's going to play yet. It's either red, green, Luffy, or purple Enel. Oh, but look at the flame fruit. Or actually, no, these are the extra grand battles. So this is going to be on YouTube. Nice. So they are going to be streaming, chat, on August 16th. I will cover... Assuming they end up streaming this, I think they are going to stream this. August 16th, I will be live or making videos, one of the two, depending on if I'm traveling. I don't think August 16th I'm busy. I think that weekend I'm actually, like, kind of free. For the extra grand battle. Oh, actually, I might be in Los Angeles for something that I'm not allowed to say yet. I actually might be in Los Angeles. But I will make videos on this no matter what. Oh, and they got the prizing right there. Oh. That looks so good. It's crazy because, you know, you're saying, come on, show us the Emu leader for top 16. Yeah, they've only shown top 64 and top 32 cards. They've not shown what, like, the champion card is going to be, what the top 8 card is going to be. Yo, McSkittles, what's good? How are you? Ben, also, I don't know if I said hi to you. Hello. Up, thank you so much for following over on Twitch. Chat, if you're enjoying the stream, make sure to please go ahead, give the stream a like. If you're on YouTube, if you're on Twitch, make sure to hit the follow button. We do all these Japan championships. And so much more commentary. Stream a couple times a week now. And we're going to be streaming more often, chat. We're going to be streaming a lot more tournaments. We have set up a camera at the local card shop to where we're going to be streaming the local tournaments that happen to watch even more One Piece, to commentate even more games of One Piece, to get our practice in. Oh, these are PSA 7s now. Yeah, I was gone over the weekend. I was in Phoenix. It was cool. I liked Phoenix. I mean, I'm going back in October, but these are prize cards, chat. For, was it Treasure Cups or the regionals? I can't remember. Beautiful. This is their top 32 card. I thought it was like top 64, top 32. Or maybe this was top 16 for North America, and then this was the champion card. Yeah, for Season 2 regionals. So this is their prizing for Season 2 regionals. Yes. I did get some round 1 stuff. I'll give a little recap because we got time. I got the Nami and Robin coaster and also the sticker, which I was very excited about. I won the round 1 Drink Luffy figure on my first try, by the way. You can ask my girlfriend. I'm not lying. So I was pretty stoked about that. Oh, they're showing a commercial. Finals next. We got this lovely chopper. As you can see, this little boyo. We got this little boyo, which is so cute and adorable. And I also got the collector's cup, which is cool. I didn't know that there was a blanket or a computer desk mat, so I didn't get that. But I unfortunately didn't get picked for the cards, so I was just getting stuff from like the crane machine, stuff like that. Treasure Cups and regionals are now taking place concurrently with one another. I don't know if I agree with that totally, Hardy. I don't know if I agree with that because I don't mind that they happen at the same time or the same weekend, because like if they happen the same weekend, so like Friday, Saturday, Sunday, I can enter the regional on Saturday and then play in the Treasure Cup on Sunday if I don't make top 32. Or if I didn't get into the regional, but maybe I got into the Treasure Cup, I can still go to the event and, you know, I can do the thing anyway. So, I don't know. What do you mean it would be nice to get the geo-limited things in EU as well? You got the BVB soccer Luffy. You got the the museum Luffy. You guys get stuff. Now, it would be cool, don't get me wrong. I understand your point of like, it would be cool to get stuff like round 1 or whatever the equivalent is. Do they have round 1s in Europe? Whatever the equivalent is, you know, like a similar collaboration. Yeah, like, and also like Premium Bandai, but you guys still get cool things. I'm not saying America doesn't get cool things. We do get cool things. I agree. The Dodgers Luffy, the college basketball Luffy is like, it's kind of underwhelming in my opinion. But the Dodgers Luffy, I can't complain. All right, chat, time for the finals. It's going to be Purple Enel. We'll see what he's playing. Purple Enel won 2 of the 3 OP16 championships in Japan in the OP16 format, but 16.5 has been dominated by green. Going to be going up in a mirror match, so Purple Enel going to be guaranteed a winner in this championship, cementing itself as the winner of the OP16.5 Marine Day Championship. Still a pretty good deck in my opinion. You guys were asking me before stream what I thought like the top 3 decks of the format were. I think Purple Enel's in there. Oh yeah, the Red Bull event. The Red Bull event was very, very cool. Yeah. The Red Bull event was very cool. The lottery Luffy? What lottery Luffy? Are you talking about like the meat Luffy? The one that in the binder? What is lottery Luffy, chat? Yeah, I'm not saying that the West or that North America does not get cool stuff. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying Europe also gets some cool stuff. So this is a holiday in Japan, chat. Marine Day is a holiday in Japan where Japan pays their respects and gratitude to the ocean as a country locked or a country that has thrived based on the ocean, right? That helped their country become what it is today. The Enel player over on the left side does have a couple 1-drops to be able to play within this mirror match and also a 6-cost Enel as well as an event. And the player on the right side has just as many 1-drops. A couple Shuras and a Satori on this side. No 6-cost Enels, but it does have Divine Departure and El Thor to be able to battle maybe a 1-drop v 1-drop. I think Shura going to be very nice within this matchup, but no Reijus or Frankies or things of the sorts in sight. The Luffy and the Ichiban Kuji. That just came with a figure. Did Europe not have the opportunity to get that? The Enel on the left going to be prioritizing the pudding. Going to be looking at that top 4 for an event. We'll see what they decide to grab. They've got Mamoragon, Lightning Beast Kitten, and Vari. Mamoragon being the option, right? Being able to rest 5,000 power characters or less. Can be nice in the early game for the little 1-drops or maybe a Reiju that doesn't get a boost. Or potentially on some power minusing, resting some other characters. Satori going to be the start, right? A great character to play. Does find a Reiju on the on-play effect. Now going into the Enel on the left side, second turn, sitting at 3 Dawn. We'll see how many times they populate 1-drops. Maybe like a 1-drop per turn sort of strategy we'll see the Enel players take. Is going to go ahead, draw an Ohm. Ohm, an excellent card if you want to play it out onto the field, and is going to do exactly that. Sure, it does have the ability to attack on this turn with Rush. Maybe he's thinking about playing the pudding on top of it. And is just going to do exactly that. It's just going to be 4 1-drops played on the first 2 turns of the game. Is going to find an event on Lightning Beast Kitten. No other events in that stack to be able to grab. But now leader effect going off to be able to get Rested Dawn onto Shura. Is going to go forward on the Shura. Is maybe going to swing 6s over at lead. 6 with the Shura and 6 with the leader. Is going to do exactly that. 6 at lead is going to go ahead, take that first life. Mamoragon into the hand. Now Mamoragon going in and resting the Satori is going to go ahead and draw 1 card. The pudding that we played last turn now going into the Satori. Could go ahead with Mamoragon to keep it alive, but no, just lets it go. Not getting the value off the when attacking. It looks like it's going to be a pretty good start for the player on the left side, right? Especially going first, the curve that Enel wants is going to be the first to be the aggressor in this matchup, already putting the player on the right side to 3. Player on the right side, though, does have 3 Dawn as active in a couple different bodies that they can produce. Is thinking about playing Ashura to start out the turn. Like I mentioned at the start of the game, does have a couple 1-drops to play of their own. Shura being utilized to draw 1 card after tapping 1. Going to be a secret rare now. Can't play that on this turn, but might be something that we eye up in the future. Also, we've got a Reiju in the hand. Reiju might be something that we try to play in the next turn. So draws that Shura. Both of these Shuras have Rush, so they actually could go ahead and remove some of these bodies on the left side of the field if he wanted to. Leader effect coming in right now is going to go ahead and attach the rest of Dawn onto one of the 2 Shuras that we played. Oh, trust me, everything over in America has also been overrun by scalpers. I feel it. It's going to be swinging that Shura to go ahead and clear it off the board. Still has 2 Dawn left to work with. Could go ahead and swing the Shura with the 6,000 power over at the pudding. Could go really aggressive right now. And so now swings 4,000 power at the pudding to get it out. Might try to go with a Mama Ragon play or double L Thor. Double L Thor would be kind of risky, I feel like. That's a lot of committing in power to be able to remove these 1-drops, but maybe the one whose 1-drops survive is the winner of the game. So double L Thor is going to be able to remove both of those 1-drops on the field. Now, an 8,000 power swing at lead is just going to go ahead, take it, go down to 4. So although the Anel on the right side, the first to go down to 3, the Anel on the left side left without a board and 4 life. Still has plenty of opportunity to stay alive in this game and gain advantage. Does have a pudding in the hand, has an Ohm. Also has the 6-cost Anel to be able to get searching with. The 5,000 power swing over with the Anel is going at lead, I believe. So could do something like Mama Ragon to get out of the attack and go to 6,000 power and draw a card. But no, is just going to take it. Is just building up the hand right now. Not worried about a 4-cost Law, if anything. And a Secret Rare Anel comes down onto the field. Is just going to be looking at that top 5 4A card. Might think about Gum Gum Lightning. You can think about Gum Gum Lightning or maybe Divine Departure. Both of those cards not necessarily searchable in your deck outside of Pudding, but could be nice cards to be able to battle board. Especially because Divine Departure might be a situation where you can minus a Secret Rare Anel on the opposing side and then Mama Rog on it. Does not go for it, though, on the play. Goes instead for the L4. Does want to get rid of these Shuras without swinging at them. Gets rid of the Vari in exchange. Not really a lot of freezing effects in the Anel deck outside of power in the Lightning Dragon, so not too worried about that. The leader effect, just getting an active Dawn to be able to use for Pudding. Again, repopulating the field. Gets Gamma Knife. Gamma Knife going to be the option for a potential 6-cost Anel to remove it off the board with maybe some swings. So the Reiju, thinking about coming down on the player on the right side. I know my rights and lefts. Has a couple different Secret Rare Anels in the hand. But Reiju, as we've talked about now, since Anel's introduction into the format, just such a good card, right? Being a 7,000 power body when you have 4 or more events in the trash is now going with the Gamma Knife. The Gamma Knife play is going to be able to minus the Anel by 5,000 power, making it a 5,000 power character, is going to go ahead with the Mamaragon to go and rest it. Is going to maybe either Lightning Dragon or swing into it. No Lightning Dragons in the hand, I believe. So it's going to have to be a swing. You do have Lightning Beast Kitten as well to be able to minus more power, committing a lot onto this Anel. It's minus 6,000 power in total to make it a 4,000 power character. No, this is the finals. This is the finals right now, chat, for anyone who does not know. Maybe I should have a note somewhere on screen in the future to denote what round it is. I'll think of that in the future for the next stream, chat. Is thinking about Dawn minusing again, maybe for Pudding? Is thinking about using Mamaragon on Pudding. I don't hate this play because board control is the name of the game. And so if you're only going to be able to boost up off of leader effect one of these Shuras, you might as well use the other Shura to clear the Pudding. So 6,000 power now going at, I believe, the Anel. Now, I mentioned earlier in the stream that Anel doesn't necessarily have a lot of counter for characters except for cards named Anel. Mamaragon going to be able to draw a card, and Lightning Beast Kitten being plus 3,000 power in total is going to keep this Anel alive. And now the 2,000 power swing going in at Pudding. Going to clear that knockout right there, and you got to hope that this 6,000 power swing clears this Anel, because if you commit this much onto the Anel, I think it's going to be a little bit of an uphill battle if you can't get the knockout here. Yeah, Anel is going to be guaranteed the champion. 6,000 power swing over at the Anel. Does only have a few cards in hand in terms of counter, but has just enough to be able to get out of it and still have a fair amount of resources in hand. Does just need Mamaragon and L4 to get rid of it. But I think you want to keep L4, especially with all the Shuras onto the field right now. But is going to at least Mamaragon. Mamaragon going to be able to draw a card. And L4 actually uses the L4, right? It's the only kind of 2K counter that you have to be able to get out of the attack. Passes off the turn. The secret rare Anel lives. That's going to be a huge portion or a huge factor in this game for our Anel, especially because the player on the right side did commit 2 Mamaragons on that play. The 2 Mamaragons is going to make something like Frankie a little bit safer if you want to play it out onto the field to be able to be a blocker and draw some cards. But player on the left side not having a Frankie in their hand has Senior Pink instead. Senior Pink going ahead with that Dawn -1 on the on play to grab an event from the trash and restand 1 Dawn. Is going to go with L4, so is maybe going to go with a Gamma Knife L4 play right here. But no, actually, is going to go with the Shura instead. I was going to say maybe try to get rid of the Reiju. But actually, you could do that here on this leader effect right now. Lightning Dragon is going to go ahead and freeze one of the Shuras on the field as rested. But leader effect restanding 2 Dawn and attaching 1 onto Shura. You can go ahead now with this Gamma Knife and you can go ahead minus the Reiju down to a 2,000 power character and L4 getting rid of it. Boosting the power on one of the characters, probably going to be the leader if I had to take a guess. But no, goes with the Shura. 5,000 power over at one of the Shuras. 7,000 power now over at lead, I would assume, because that one Shura is rested. And I think it's all gas, no brakes right now on the left side. Wasn't the first Pudding KO to misplay? A guy hit sideways moving the Shura. It was early. I feel like board control Sun God Nika is a big factor in the game. So I think that's really what the putting KOing or I think the play that you're referencing is just it could be a misplay, but I think just board control is just so important on both sides that I think it's worth potentially doing that, because if you can get ahead even an edge, right, it pays so many dividends. Like we're seeing it in this game right now where the left side is it such a huge advantage, I feel like, because you're able to keep bodies like the Secret Rare Enel on the board. So now you've populated 3 bodies right now. Enel on the right side really could only swing with 1 at this point. It's one of those things, I don't know, maybe you want to remove just as many bodies as possible all the time. So now swinging in at the Shura is going to clear it off the field. Now going in with the blocker Enel. So the blocker Enel, at least, is going to potentially be able to nullify one of these attacks. And does not opt for the Secret Rare Enel. Actually gets rid of the Secret Rare Enel. Now using Leader Effect. Is just going to tap 1 and go in and play an Ohm. Try to repopulate the board as much as possible. Has a couple different counter events. I think 2 Varis, 1 Lightning Beast Kitten, and 1 Elthor in hand, if my sight is correct. We could just see another 6-cost Enel come into the field. Or maybe something like a Shura. We could see Shura come down on the field. Or maybe just Enel, the Secret Rare, and then the Shura. But maybe he tries to go in it big. Maybe he says, hey, I'm still at 4 life. I've got a couple different counter cards in the hand in case you start going at my board. Maybe I'll just see what you've got in hand. So 8,000 power now going at lead. Is think about blocking with the Enel. If you block with the Enel, how much do you have to think about them just blasting your Enel? You probably don't have to worry about it too much, right? Because you have so many counter events. Is thinking about just giving up 2 Varis to get out of this. Vari, not necessarily a useful card for its main phase in this matchup, in the mirror match, but still very nice to be able to use as counter. Ends up blocking instead, just not giving up any information in the hand. Another 8,000 power swing, now with the Senior Pink. Could just be 2 events to come out of the hand for the player on the right side. But ends up taking it. Ends up going to zeros, asking for the all-in. Lamaragon now resting the Ohm is going to go ahead, get some Dawn into the Dawn deck. Now Lightning Dragon going to stun one of these characters. Looks like it is going to be the Ohm. Vari just really putting some cards into, or some Dawn back into the Dawn deck, and then cycling is going to +1. And now Elthor coming in, stopping the Shura. And again, it's just really controlling the board right now. Now Leader Effect going ahead and attaching all this done is going to be an 11 + 6, 17,000 power swing at lead. And it looks like the player on the left side is going to win. It was active. It just got bumped from his hand when grabbing a card. Because left and Nell swung Shura on his turn and then ended with 2 putting 1 Shura active. Let's see if we can pull up that play. So, like, this swing? Hold on. What was your original message? Wasn't the first putting KO to misplay? So now you're talking about... So now you're talking about this player KOing the Anel. Or the pudding. So there's Shura. Unless I'm missing something, I'm not sure what you're asking, to be honest. Because of the because the pudding got knocked out by the double Shura play. Because they both have rush, right? So you... I mean, swinging the 4, I think, is potentially questionable, but I think you're just trying to guarantee that you get rid of as many bodies as possible. Does that make sense? I don't know if that makes sense. I mean, it probably makes sense, but I'm hoping that I'm on the same page as you. Chat, I don't think they're going to reveal anything. Also, wait, why are they not on stage? Why are they not on stage right now handing out the awards? No, you're good, Sangan Nika. You're good. It's a valued question. Or it's a valid question. Of course, yeah, the game was over. We didn't miss anything.
見たいですね。やっぱせっかくサニー号来て、ね、ナナコスとルフィ来て、でまだね優勝してないですから、まあこのやっぱ上がったって言われるね、評価入ったリーダーの中で一番なんか可能性があるのかなということで、まあデミホークが優勝したんで、はい、まあしてないちょっと。
I just wanted to hear what they were saying. I'm not fluent in Japanese, but I can pick up like topics, I guess is the best way to say it. Actually, what's he saying now?
以上、ワンピースカードゲームチャンピオンシップ2627シーズン1東京大会配信をお送りいたしました。またエリア決勝でお会いいたしましょう。ありがとうございました。ありがとうございました。
Oh no, they're saying bye. Wait, they didn't do the award ceremony. Poor guy, he didn't get the award. What? So what is this? The 15th. Let me plug this into the Google Translate real quick, chat. Let's see. What does this say? Oh, it's the Season 1 Area Finals. Season 1 Area Finals held on August 15th. Oh, that's the... Dang. Yeah. Dang, I might be busy for that. Potentially. I can't say exactly why I might be busy then. But I might be busy. I might be busy. That is a TBA. I will let you guys know. But chat, that is going to be all for me. Thank you so much for watching. I appreciate it. I bet they announce it either on One Piece Day or like, I don't know when they're going to announce it. I could see One Piece Day. I could see it. I could see a One Piece Day live stream. Or maybe like, maybe it's like last year where it was a live stream that was not on One Piece Day, but it was for One Piece Day. If that makes sense. That might be what they do. But anyways, yeah, they're going to keep it for very, very late. I'm going to go to bed because it's like 4 a.m. right now. It's 4:15 a.m. and I have a lot of work to do tomorrow. I have the show to record and do, and I'm going to be so tired because I have to edit videos, and then I have to watch and commentate and edit the Japan Championship on Friday. So chat, thank you so much for watching. I appreciate you guys joining me. I hope you all had a fun time in the stream today. It was always good to see you. As always, you look cute today, tonight, tomorrow, yesterday, all the times. Thank you again so much for watching. We got more content coming on the channel soon, both commentary and also analysis, now that we've got a couple different events of this format under the belt in terms of the Japan Championship. So I'm starting to get a gauge of the format a little bit better. And yeah, exciting stuff on the way. See you guys later.